waiver wire pickup, discarded for nothing. Like, it cost them nothing. Absolutely nothing. Plays in 38 games. As everyone's wondering, can Freddie Anderson hold up? Pyotr Kochetkov gets injured. What have we got? Brandon Bussey. We could be talking about Caden Primo. We could be talking about Yaniv Peretz, the names of the past. We could be talking about Amir Miftakov, Spencer Martin. Imagine the timeline. Imagine the multiverse if instead of waivers, Spencer Martin does not end up with Toronto and Brandon Bussey ends up with Toronto and Spencer Martin ends up here. Are we talking about a team, the Carolina Hurricanes, with the best points, the top points in the Eastern Conference?
I would say no.
30 wins and 6 losses and 2 in overtime. 2.50 GAA, save percentage 892, which according to one of our colleagues is the new 900.
Right.
By the way.
Yeah.
So, listen, silver is the new black, right? Pink is the new salmon, whatever.
Right.
Brandon Bussey's play this season has been nothing but exemplary. He has stepped up in all the right moments.
Yeah.
Carried this team to 30 of their 52 wins.
And even though he's going through a rough spot right now, like, nobody can be perfect all the time. So he's still got to grow and learn, but that doesn't take away from his amazing play. He
has had a monster season. There is no doubt about that. And just statistically speaking, he has been on it. He has been on it. And he signed, and that's the other thing too, right? Signed at the number that we all felt he would be at, and he has been nothing. He has been stealing so many goals this season for the Carolina Hurricanes. Again, what are we talking about? A guy who is tied in the league as a full-time goalie, tied for 5th in wins. 5th. 7th in goals allowed. 7th. He doesn't have that many shutouts, but I don't need you to shut teams out. Is it fantastic for you to do so? Absolutely. I need you to keep us in games. And he did it 30 times. 30 times. So Brandon Bussey, that's number 2. So of the 3 kind of dudes, the 3 thoroughbreds for the Carolina Hurricanes, Nick Ehlers, so far we seem to be in agreement. Brandon Bussey, seem to be in agreement with Victoria. Yep. Victoria's nodding her head.
Yep.
Every time she says it. The third one's a challenge for me.
I know.
The third one is a real big challenge for me. And there's a million ways to go with this one because of how much goal production that this team has seen. I mean, remember, we have 7, perhaps 8 if Taylor Hall can bang home 2 tonight, and that's if he's even playing tonight against the New York Islanders. Again, game 82 tonight. We keep talking about, like, let's award these things and let's talk about the playoffs and whatnot. We haven't even finished the season, but we're having this conversation now, so grin and bear it, folks. Carolina plays the New York Islanders tonight, game 82 on the road, waiting to hear if Pyotr Kochetkov will get the start. Number 3 is challenging of the 3 kind of MVPs, the 3 most of the most when it comes to Carolina Hurricanes. For me, Andrei Svechnikov.
Yeah. See.
Okay. I kind of get a kind of maybe, but then you're like, you know what? That makes sense.
No, it was for me personally in my top 3. It's between him and Aho.
Okay.
And because Svech has had a really good season.
Yes, he has.
But Aho too. What was it? I was just looking. He's got 80 points this season.
Yeah, he's the top point guy for the Canes right now.
Right. And I know we've got Svech with 70. So he's just the only reason that I would pick Aho is just for the inevitable, like the obvious reasons. He's stayed consistent.
Oh, absolutely. There's no drop off. He's done it. Yeah.
I am very happy to see him amp his game up. That's why I feel like it's a 3A, 3B situation.
Right. Okay. Got you. We could share the podium at that point. We could split time there.
One gets the plushie, one gets the medal.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. One gets the That's very good. Well put. If you remember that Victoria's doing a little callback to the Olympic Games in Italy, where they handed everybody a medal, and then afterwards they were handed a doll.
Yeah.
A little stuffed doll, and everyone's like, "What is this?" Yeah.
Why do I have this?
I'm like, can we get like some Italian like pasta or something?
Right.
Or,
just hand me a beer instead.
Right. I'll take a bottle of olive oil. I don't know. Whatever it is. You got some truffle oil back there? Right. Let's make some carbonara and call it good.
Yes.
Andrei Svechnikov. He has had the season of seasons for this team. Power play has been practically automatic. He has he has changed minds, I believe, this season about him. And I say that because I remember having conversations with people going, this is as good as he's going to get. 24-25 season, right? Had 20 goals. A couple seasons ago had 23. Remember, he was injured too. Like, he got hurt. And everyone kept going, well, when's he going to come back and actually have that season that he had back in 21-22? He had that season. And then some. And has been more efficient on the power play. And it feels like he's been around forever. And I remember talking to somebody about this where it felt like Andrei Svechnikov's only 26 years old. You're like, it feels like he is like 30.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the Ovechkin rub. Like Ovechkin's, old man River.
He looks 65 right now.
He does, but he's got like 30 goals this year, whatever it is. I'm like, whatever. That's just how special he is. But Andrei Svechnikov had that season that you've been waiting on. And you hope that in following years he'll continue to do that. There'll be another one and another one and another one. But for this season, enjoy what it was. Because in a lot of, season or so ago, I'd be like, well, maybe we should deal him for something. Get something while the value is still there. He's still young. He's still got a manageable contract. He can still make those things happen. I don't see the Carolina Hurricanes' future, a future without Andrei Svechnikov in the lineup. I just don't see it anymore.
I know.
A couple of seasons ago, I probably could have said that. Can't see it now.
Not so much, no.
Can't see it now.
Mm-mm.
So those are the three for me. All right, on the way, we're going to stretch and place bets. Paul Eihander in for Adam Gold today.
Because your fantasy football team needs all the help it can get, the Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Hey, it's Adam Gold from my friends at FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. We all love the NBA play-in tournament, don't we? Here's another reason to love it. Because FanDuel's got a play-in palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every day of the play-in tournament. All you have to do is place a live bet using your play-in palooza token. Then you're automatically entered for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel.com/local. If you didn't like the play-in tournament before, I bet you love it now thanks to FanDuel. Play your game. 21 and over and present in North Carolina. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit 1 entry. Profit Boost bonus issued as non-withdrawable Profit Boost token. Prizes issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
As the health director in Haywood County and a nurse here in North Carolina, I can tell you that the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline saves lives.
No matter your struggle, you are not alone. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is free, private, and always available.
988 Lifeline counselors are ready 24/7 to speak with you, help you cope, and get you connected to the support that is right for you.
988, the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline.
Call, text, or chat 988 24/7. Brought to you by the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services.
Merlefest 2026, presented by Winter World, delivers music, moments, and memories each year. Hear Allison Krauss in Union Station featuring Jerry Douglas, Old Crow Medicine Show, Charles Wesley Godwin, Blackberry Smoke, Molly Tuttle, Railroad Earth, the infamous String Dusters, Joy Alada Coon, Maggie Rose, Sam Bush, Peter Rowan, Steep Canyon Rangers, the Costellos, the Creekers, and more. Join us April 23rd through 26th in Wilkesboro, North Carolina. For the full lineup and tickets, visit merlefest.org.
AmeriHealth Caritas North Carolina is with you on your health journey and helping you over life's bumps in the road. We're a Medicaid managed care plan with extra benefits like adult vision care and weight loss memberships. Plus, earn rewards for healthy activities on our care card. We make care the heart of our work. Let's go. Visit AmeriHealth Caritas North Carolina at AmeriHealthCaritasNC.com or call 1-855-375-8811.
Have you ever considered a career as a public power line worker? Public power line workers use a variety of specialized skills to build and maintain a locally owned and operated electric system. As a public power line worker, you can expect a career that allows you to work close to home, a safety record superior to other energy providers, and training and apprenticeship opportunities. Learn more about public power and careers in public power at electricities.com.
Every day, people battling addiction suffer in silence. Because of stigma, they fear judgment. They fear being labeled, and too often, they don't get the help they need. But you can help change that. Join the Governor's Institute and be a superhero in the overdose battle campaign. Learn how to break the stigma, support those in need, and save lives. Visit governorsinstitute.org/superhero to get involved. Be a hero, fight stigma, save a life.
This April, join North Carolina Realtors in celebrating Fair Housing Month. Fair housing means everyone deserves a place to call home, regardless of race, color, national origin, religion, sex, or disability. NC Realtors are committed to fair housing for all North Carolinians and ensuring that everyone has access to safe and affordable housing. Let's work together to create communities where everyone can thrive. Visit ncrealtors.org to learn more about fair housing. Paid for by NC Realtors.
My Alzheimer's diagnosis was hard.
But early detection allowed us to take control of the situation.
Go to alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association.
One Adam.
Gold.
One Adam.
Gold.
Person in front of me in line had a box of wine.
Oh, yeah. I feel that person. If you are buying boxed wine on a Friday, that thing is open right now.
In the car.
Yeah. I don't even need it to cool down.
She jammed a big straw right through the top of the box
yeah.
in the
Went
car.
to the gas station to get a cup of ice. Like, they don't even care.
The Adam Gold Show.
More. Oh, Billy Idol. I worked with someone in Las Vegas many years ago who swore up and down that Billy Idol had hit on her.
Oh.
And she is about as old as Billy Idol is right now. And I'm like, okay, I believe you. I believe you.
Right.
That's funny. It's funny. The amazing things when your head gets turning and moves forward. Paul Ihender in for Adam Gold today. Adam Gold Show here. Wherever you're listening, thanks for making us a part of your routine. Victoria is here as well. And I suppose it is time to stretch.
Okay, so there was a reason that I played Billy Idol as a bump song coming into this one.
Because you mentioned my friend called you and said she was
exactly.
He had hit on her.
This time, Billy Idol, he totally hit on me. No, it was it was because the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class of 2026 has inductees now that we know a little bit more about who's making it and who's not. So the people who have gotten in, Billy Idol is one. Phil Collins.
Phil Collins.
I know.
The only musician to dress up like an accountant and get tens of thousands of people to listen to him drum.
Exactly, yeah.
White shirt, slacks.
That's such
Phil
a dad.
Collins. Yeah, Phil Collins. Phil Collins.
Such a dad.
Jerry Jones.
Oh, man. Oasis is another one.
Oh, Champagne Supernova. One of my bangers.
Wonderwall, man. The Wu-Tang Clan.
There you go.
Yep. Luther Vandross.
Well, again, one shining moment for those of you who are just trying to relate to sports, and the wedding song of like the 80s and 90s, which was Here and Now. Here and Now, I thought of you faithfully. Faithfully. There you go.
That's it.
That's not a very good Luther, by the way.
Luther gets played every Valentine's, I'm sure. Like, this is his listen spike, man. Sade is
Sade.
That one.
Too.
Yeah, exactly.
What? Sorry, now I'm just messing with you.
Iron Maiden.
Oh, my son will be happy about that.
Let's go. An actual rock.
What? You had Phil Collins on that list.
I know. That's a soft rock. I love that part. New Order / Joy Division.
New Order. Okay, got you.
So those are the ones that made it. However, there are, of course, the losers. And so one of them, I like, why are some of these in the... Queen Latifah? I mean, she had a flip.
I would go for body of work for her to get in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame as opposed to just her as an artist.
Right.
I think the Queen probably made more of her name, to be honest, acting.
She did.
Than in terms of music.
Yes. She was great at that. So I remember she had a little bit of, she had a little bit of a stretch with the music side. But yeah, she was great with acting. So I don't know. Then a lot of other ones like MC Lyte got honorably mentioned.
Okay.
But then other ones that are a little more familiar. Lauryn Hill Love her.
The
Pink.
Fugees.
I'm telling you, Pink, it's only a matter of time, I'm sure. She's totally going to make it in there.
Really? You think so?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just with some of the people that have gotten in, and because she still comes out with hits too. So I don't know. I could see her.
Listen, the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill was a banger of an album.
Yeah.
Just yeah. Okay.
It was. The Black Crowes.
Hard to handle. Okay, Black Crowes. Again, body of work. I'm looking for body of work here. I can see why they're not in.
Yes, exactly. Melissa Etheridge.
Come to my window.
Yep. That one. In Excess.
Again, they were 80s, 90s, and then when Michael Hutchins took his life, that kind of really just kind of ended the run of that band. They did have some good hits, though, in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, it did. But here's, for the third time, she got snubbed, Miss Mariah Carey.
Mariah Carey, the Queen of Christmas.
I know. I'm like, you get the Queen of Christmas title. You don't need the Rock and Roll Hall
Again,
of
this
Fame.
is where rock and roll comes into question in the name Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yes.
Where you have an artist like Mariah Carey who does not fit the rock genre at all.
Nope.
Even in collabs that she did,
right?
Still not rock. Again, by definition, it is the Music Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And there are many artists in there, and I'm like, okay, Mariah didn't get in, huh?
Yeah.
See, that's questionable. If we're just going body of work, she would deserve to be in, and I hate to say it, probably over someone like Phil Collins.
Yeah. No, I agree. Like she's got so many hits, but yeah, it's that whole is it rock, is it not? That's like a whole different situation, because I know I have my views as someone who loves rock and roll, all kinds.
Right.
I wish that there was an award situation where it actually highlighted, like...
Yeah, they spread them out at the Grammys.
Right.
Like, you can't do it. Like, I mean, I guess you could have different wings, but again, I would call it the Music Hall of Fame.
Right. Very
Popular
broad.
Music Hall of Fame, because is Tchaikovsky in the Hall of Fame?
Exactly.
I'm just saying, I'm like, is George Gershwin in the Hall of Fame?
Right.
Handel, is that Handel?
Right, exactly.
What do you got against Wagner anyway? Fly to the Valkyries is an amazing piece of music. But
go down forever.
Is Wagner in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Bang out to that. That's fantastic. But if you want to watch this ceremony, it's going to happen in November on the 14th, and it will air in December on ABC and Disney+.
Okay.
So, yeah, we have a ways, but we can ponder on it for a while. Maybe... I don't know if it'll happen, but maybe we could place some bets on it.
Place your bets. Here we are. I bet you slice into the woods $100.
Gambling is illegal at Bushwood, sir, and I never slide.
Okay, you can owe me. I owe you one.
No, you owe me money.
You
owe me money. I've only got two for today, but one's a 5-leg parlay.
Oh,
so
nice.
I'm just saying. I'm going to do the simple one first. Late night out on the West Coast, the Los Angeles Dodgers against the New York Mets. It is Nolan McLean, just down the street, against Yoshinobu Yamamoto of the Dodgers. I would take both in terms of strikeouts, but bet them separately because sometimes it's not worth the risk. And again, I got a bigger parlay going. Yoshinobu Yamamoto, go with 7+ strikeouts. That's -108. And for McLean, I would go because the Dodgers are a much more contact-hitting team. I would go with 5+, and that's a -300.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, all of mine are on the ice, and these are all teams that have something to actually fight for today.
Okay.
So, first up, Boston Bruins versus the Devils.
Yes,
Bruins
they do.
need to win this one. Yep. So, give me the Bruins. And this one could be dicey.
The Bruins are the devil.
I know, right? I'm going to go with the... over 6.5. It feels like a lot. I know. But those two together is +220.
Well, Morgan Geekie has like 800 goals this season. So.
Right. Very true.
Yeah.
So another one, the Kings versus the Canucks. Kings need to win this one. So give me the Kings.
This is so sad.
To win
As someone who follows the Canucks as a kid, this is so sad for you to hear you say that out loud.
I know. So give me the Kings in this one. I will take the under 6.5. There's really no rhyme or reason right now. And then the Mammoth with their, did you see the Zammoth?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, the Zammoth. I think.
Straight out of an art school.
But you know what? You know who gave the Zammoth its first loss? The Carolina Hurricanes,
yes,
baby. I was 2-0 until it met the Hurricanes. But I think the Mammoth will win today, and I'll take the under 6.5. That's plus 170.
I like all those. All right, here's your 5-leg parlay for you. It is the Heat and the Hornets. For those of you paying attention, Brandon Miller, 15 points plus. Con Kneppel, 10. Kobe White to score 10 off the bench. LaMelo Ball with 3 threes tonight. Kobe White also always good for a 3 as well. That 5-leg is plus 139. Got more coming your way. Paul Lyhan in for Adam Gold today. Thanks for hanging out, folks. It is the Adam Gold Show.
Delivering more hits than the Canes forecheck.
Shoots, he scores!
The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Hey, it's Adam Gold from my friend Gordon Miller, Miller Lending, Kildare Farm Road in Cary. Look, you've heard a lot of commercials on the radio, TV, internet for mortgage companies, and they sell you on a rate. They sell you on a 4.9, whatever they're selling you on. If they mention a number, go somewhere else. Go to Miller Lending. We're not talking about numbers here. We are talking about freedom. We are talking about always having the best rate you can have. We are talking about not wasting money by paying closing costs. Because if you pay closing costs, which are about $5,000, give or take, depending on the size of your home loan, you are betting that the rates will not drop in 8 years. Fat chance of that happening. Miller Lending on Kildare Farm Road in Cary, home of the original no closing cost loan. You can do everything online at millerlending.com. Check it out. Miller Lending, an equal housing lender, NMLS ID 250-2146.
One goal.
Taylor Hall. Moving it back. Nikishin. Ehlers. Shoots and scores! Oh, the power play! Basili in front. Shot. Oh, what a save by Bussy! Absolutely robbing Kirill Marchenko.
Be the last team standing.
Sebastian Aho in. Short hit back in. Scores! Oh, talk to me, Shorty!
The Stanley Cup playoffs begin April 18th on 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
20 years, the North Carolina Education Lottery has been creating winning moments where dreams become a reality and where hundreds of winners are made every day. Moments that add up to billions of dollars in wins. And we're nowhere near finished. Seize your winning moment with the new 20th anniversary scratch-off and digital instance game. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning on the scratch-off are 1 in 3.45. Approximate overall odds of winning a prize in the digital instance game are 1 in 3.75. Problem Gambling Helpline 877-718-5543.
Your boy Bert Kreischer is back.
Woo! I'm back, baby!
And he's giving you permission to party. So grab a friend, because he just added a second show in Durham on April 18th.
Done, son!
Tickets at dpacnc.com.
Tim Donnelly here for Bailey's Fine Jewelry, where they have a timepiece, a luxury timepiece for you. I like to say that your interest in watches, your likes, your taste, it's as unique as you are. Some people, they want history. They want military history like Hamilton. They want watchmaking innovation history like the Blancpain 50 Fathoms, granddaddy of all the dive watches, or the Moon Watch from Omega that's been worn on the moon more than any other watch. Some want something brand new. Some want something innovative. Some want something trendy. The Norcanes, the more modern pre-owned and vintage Rolex. There are so many options when it comes to what you wear on your wrist, what statement you want to make. And lucky for us, the Fox and Bailey Watch Shop, located inside Bailey's Fine Jewelry at their Village District location, as well as the Omega Boutique, the largest of its kind in the country, and the main showroom at Bailey's, have it all. No matter what you want your luxury timepiece to say, they have the watch for you.
Golf season is here. Time to score big savings on pre-owned TaylorMade QI35 and Titleist GT medals. Plus, upgrade your bag for less. Bring in your current clubs and take advantage of our trade-in program towards your next purchase. And all month long, every fitting is absolutely free. Just call to schedule your appointment. Visit the Global Golf Outlet store at 7320 ACC Boulevard in North Raleigh. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6. Global Golf, home of the best deals in golf.
This hour of the Triangle Sports Leader is powered by Ritchie Law Firm, injury lawyers. Ritchie Law is on top of it. Go to ritchielaw.com.
That's ritchielaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Studio. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
Across center ice, into the flyer zone. Blake with a shot. That's deflected wide. 2 seconds left. 1 second left. And the Carolina Hurricanes, sending this game to overtime, have clinched the top spot in the Eastern Conference.
Well, that felt anticlimactic, didn't it? Yeah, they're back again. It's only been 20 years. 20 years. I don't know, maybe in the moment it was better. Like, for me right now, having heard that now 3 or 4 times, it's kind of like, yeah, okay. Let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. There's that song within the movie Mulan. Let's get down to business.
Yep.
To defeat the East.
Love it.
I think that's the Carolina Hurricanes right now. Hey, everybody. It's not Adam Gold. Paul Eihander with you today. Sitting in for Adam. I've been in this chair a few times. It's been nice. It's been nice. Been trying to grind things out. Victoria is here as well. For those of you just kind of renewing your acquaintances with us and, been diving in and out. We've been trying to make it fun, trying to make things a little bit entertaining today.
It has. It's been fun having you in the chair.
No, I appreciate that. It's kind of a day of finality in a lot of cases and a day of new beginnings, if you can understand that when it comes to sports. For example, it is a day of finales for the Carolina Hurricanes. As you heard there in the highlight, on Monday night, they secured the top seed in the Eastern Conference Stanley Cup playoffs, so they will play at home in each of the rounds that they are alive in. They will start at home and have home ice advantage. We are supposed to, apparently, through the grapevine here on Thursday, when the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs will start, as we actually know all the teams at this point, and tonight will determine some of the matchups within the NHL. We also talk about new beginnings. New beginnings in the fact that the Charlotte Hornets play in the play-in game tonight in the NBA. And if they win, they would move on to yet another play-in game on Friday night, which would be on the road, no matter where they're at. They get a home game tonight in Charlotte, and then the game on Friday would be, and I believe, for me, the Charlotte Hornets will advance. They will come out of the play-in round. We need to workshop that, by the way. If you can come up with anything, and I know the show broadcasts far and wide. We're on social media channels. We're in a number of North Carolina cities and towns, of which I adore. Absolutely just love visiting some of these places. Spend some time, have a little lunch, just drive through, spend a little money, have whatever. I do love this state. I really do.
Yeah, it's an awesome one.
I have embraced it fully.
I'm totally biased because I'm a native here. So
you're an
it's
absolute native.
I love it from one side to the other.
I've been on all the sides of this thing. I've locked up the brakes coming down the hill out of Tennessee.
Oh man, yeah. No, I went to. So some people know if you listen to the show, I went to App State and woo,
Boone. Let's go.
I have driven those hills so many times in sketchy situations,
the ups
like
and
the
downs.
bad weather,
right?
The fog. Me being tired.
Right.
Like all of them.
That's not good, Victoria. Don't do that again, please.
It's not.
Don't do that again, please.
I would not recommend.
But it is a night of new beginnings again for the Hornets as they play the Miami Heat tonight in the play-in game. So new and old at the same time, but to help us tell that same story here during the Adam Gold Show, it is time to open up and crack open the wall of sound.
The wall of sound is a function of this studio. There's no doubt about it.
So the Carolina Hurricanes are not done, as I mentioned. Game 81 was last night. They earned a point in a 3-2 loss, overtime shootout against Philadelphia. And by the way, a lot has been made throughout the entire season of Rod Brindamore's choices in the shootouts. Like, does he value the extra point? Does he care who goes out there? Is he actually riding the hot hand? Is he literally just rock, paper, scissoring the idea of who gets to go out there? I think Rod missed out on a golden opportunity last night. Knowing that they had the point in hand, he should have rolled out the 4 weirdest choices on the planet.
Yes.
He did roll out Keandre Miller. He did send out Blake. He did send out Stankoven. I think he could have led off with Nick Delorier.
Why not?
I think that would have been one of my picks.
I would have loved that.
I think he could have rolled out whoever Freddie Anderson.
Yeah, why not?
As someone who could have taken a shot. I think he could have rolled out the weirdest combination of guys to go out with the first 3. And if none of them had scored, then lean on, all right, let's drag out Taylor Hall. All right, let's make Taylor Hall go out there. Let's get, Stankoven or whatever it was.
Like, what about Skyler? That would have been fun to see his son out there.
Skyler Brindamore. He let out Nadeau, but Skyler Brindamore. That would have been an ideal choice for that to happen. Charles Alexis Legault.
What a missed opportunity.
He could have done the funniest thing possible and just trolled everybody. Because there's no way he doesn't pay attention to that. Because he gets asked the question.
Right.
Why did you put out blah, blah, blah to go shoot in the shootout?
What were you thinking?
And he would just go, well,
Mm-hmm. Always start with, well,
Well, head coach Rod Brindamore, what did you think about securing the top seed in the Eastern Conference? Be honest.
I mean, that's a huge accomplishment, nobody really cares about, but it says you had a real good year, and then you came to play every night, and, you can't, luck into that. And so we got one more game here to finish this part of the kind of marathon, and then we get to look for bigger, better things.
Well, it just says you did really well up until this point.
Right.
Wow, coach. Just downplay that bad boy.
Yeah, exactly. No big deal.
We got the top seed.
Let's go eat some pasta.
You know what? Here, let me put this into perspective. Real perspective. There's an economic value for the Carolina Hurricanes to start at home at the Lenovo Center in Raleigh. Everybody who pushes a button in that elevator that takes us up and down the elevators, every person that takes a ticket in that arena, every parking attendant that stands out there knowing that lightning might strike them because there's a storm rolling in, yet they stand out there in a poncho and a lit-up thing at the end of the night. For them, it means something. They get a little bit more of a paycheck. They get to see all of you go to those games all happy, waving flags, tailgating. They get to smell your barbecue on the Sunday afternoon game or Saturday afternoon, whatever it happens to be. It means something. It means something. And you get to start first. I think that's where it means something. And I know Coach is being flippant, and he laughed about it and whatever, but I think it does mean something. I think it means something beyond the team. It really does. And so, Carolina Hurricanes tonight, the only thing, and I searched it as we're doing the show right now, and we're 7 minutes into the new hour of this program, whether Pyotr Kochetkov was going to get the start, and still no word on if he's going to go tonight. That is the only thing that we're all kind of waiting for. And they did call up Joel Nystrom from Chicago. They did call up Ronan Seeley from Chicago. Felix Unger-Sorum, who got brought up on an emergency basis yesterday, will probably get his first NHL run, which will be kind of cool. And again, is it going to be Pyotr Kochetkov who gets to see actual NHL action after 4 months of being sidelined?
Right. Last opportunity before the playoffs.
Final shot for the Canes to see what they got. All right, as we talk about the old, we bring in the new. The Charlotte Hornets are 5.5-point favorites tonight against the Miami Heat in the NBA play-in game. There are 2 tonight, the Heat and the Hornets, and the Portland Trailblazers and the Phoenix Suns. For our purposes here, as we are a show that is based in North Carolina, the chatter should be about Charlotte. Now, a lot, though, has been made of Miami, and if they fail, and one of those things happens to be Kendrick Perkins of ESPN, his X factor in tonight's Miami-Charlotte game.
The X factor in this is Bam Adebayo. If the Heat want to take that leap and try to get into the postseason, Bam is going to have to rise to the occasion and show the world, and especially the Miami Heat organization, that he is a real franchise guy. Now, obviously, we saw him erupt this season for 83 points, passing Kobe Bryant, but he's going to have to elevate his game even more. I'm looking for Bam to be more aggressive offensively, looking for his shots, looking to attack, looking to get into the paint, being the ball handler, the facilitator. If he comes out and he's aggressive, then he's going to give the Miami Heat a real chance at beating the Hornets. If they don't, they're going to get smoked.
There's an awful lot of offense with Miami. And Adebayo's been on a heater recently, 20-10 in his last 3 games. I'm not sure it's just going to be about him, but he's one of those keys and one of those cogs the Hornets are going to have to play against, and Moussa Diabate is going to have to get physical with Adebayo. They're about the same height, too, and we know Diabate can push him around a bit, but he's going to have to guard him not just inside, he's going to have to guard him on the perimeter, and that's where Miami's kind of like big warning signs come up for Charlotte. Can the Hornets rotate around and make sure that Tyler Hero can't hit threes, that Andrew Wiggins doesn't hurt them in the ways that they can be hurt, and Norman Powell doesn't score? Like, Miami is not a pushover basketball team, and I think that's the realization a lot of people need to have, is that they didn't sneak in at number 10. The entire Southeast Division got into the NBA playoffs. Whether it's the regular playoffs, so-called playoffs, the big kids table, I guess, or whether it's the play-in, they all got in. The Heat, the Magic, the Sixers, Atlanta, the Hornets. They're all in. And so winner gets to play the loser of the Magic 76ers. Hornets are favored in this one. Con Knipple, if you drop a 30-piece tonight, that would be great. LaMelo Ball, if you hoist up some three-pointers at about 25, 27 feet and you hit 4 or 5 of those, I think we're in business.
I like it.
I think the Hornets will be in business and take care of the Heat, and then they can move on, and we can have a different discussion about what happens Friday night on the road. I think the Hornets get one tonight. Now, we stay in Charlotte. Dan Morgan, general manager of the Carolina Panthers, had a lot to say. Bryce Young days ahead of the NFL draft. Yes, 9 days until the first round of the NFL draft, in which the Carolina Panthers select, not at number 8, not at number 1, but at number 19. And Dan Morgan, anything is possible, he says, at pick number 19.
I think, if anything, I think it opens us up to a lot of possibilities at pick 19. I think all positions are on the table. And like I said before, like, you never know who's going to fall down to us. So I think we're definitely in the best player available mindset. I think what we did in free agency definitely set us up to do that.
So, the buffet is yours at number 19. It's an unusual position for the Panthers to be in when it comes to the NFL draft. In recent years, some cases, they didn't have a pick. In other cases, they had the number 1. In other cases, they had number 8. But now 19 suggests that there's some success that is happening with the Carolina Panthers, that this team is playing the football it was meant to be playing. Division titles will do that to you. And you get a little bit more frisky. And it's now year 3 of Dave Canales at the helm. It's nice to be able to talk about a head coach that's been here a little while. Dan Morgan, same kind of bit for him. Making those decisions for the Carolina Panthers to move forward. And at 19, they have a plethora of options. And whatever they pick 1 week and 2 days from now will tell you a lot about what they believe about the depth at that position. There are some thoughts, and again, we got swerved last year, that it could be some help up front defensively. There are some thoughts, and we got swerved last year, that could be help on the offensive line. There are some thoughts, and we got swerved last year, that if you're going to surround your top pick and your quarterback who is going into a contract year with some help and to make sure that he shines, that you need to make sure that you've got a lot of weapons. And perhaps it's at wide receiver. So Dan Morgan was asked about this year's wide receiver class, and certainly the thought of maybe a tight end as well.
I think it's a good group. I think receiver, I think with all the 7-on-7 camps and kids growing up, like, I feel like every year there's like wideouts that are super talented, guys that are, you can tell they've been doing it a long time. So I think it's another good class of wideouts, and, I think you'll continue to see it that way. Yeah, I think tight ends, I think there's a couple guys that are talented guys. I do think, there's some depth in the later rounds as well. So, again, if they're the best player at a certain point, we wouldn't hesitate.
I would not hate to see them get a tight end.
You would not hate to see a tight end?
Yes, because we haven't had a relevant one, in my opinion, since Greg Olsen. So I would love to fill that spot.
You're saying Dante Rosario was not a meaningful player at tight end? What? What are we trying to say?
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, poor guy.
Oh.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, remind yourselves of this, and this is the interesting part. This is the interesting part about the NFL draft. Anything can happen. That is very clear. The only certain thing is that nothing's certain except for the number one pick. Number one pick is going to be Fernando Mendoza of the Las Vegas Raiders. That is happening. That is happening. He's not even going to the draft. He doesn't need to travel to Pittsburgh to make that happen. He can sit at home and fill out his LinkedIn profiles and do all that fun stuff. And go, hey, listen, I'm currently unemployed right now. Searching for work. And his next thing will be Las Vegas Raiders moving to Nevada. Here's the other interesting part. The team that has the pick behind the Carolina Panthers, and remember, everything is open for deals. Carolina Panthers have not been afraid to trade in and out of the first round. The Dallas Cowboys have number 20. And you don't think if Jerry Jones also sees something sliding that he might be open to moving up one spot, maybe two spots?
Yeah.
That will affect a ton. Do you move up or do you move down? Jerry Jones knows he's not got a lot of time, right? He's a general manager. He's the owner of that team for a reason, and he likes to splash the pot. Number 20. Get ready for a leapfrog. I have it in my bones.
I could see that because Jerry also likes to be in the light. He likes to stir things up and make headlines.
He does indeed. There is no doubt about it. All right, great to bang our heads up against the wall of sound. Coming up next, we will talk NBA playoffs and dig a little bit deeper into what the Hornets can do and how far they might go. Coming up next here on the Adam Gold Show.
Because your fantasy football team needs all the help it can get, the Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Listen every afternoon for The Drive with Tim Donnelly.
We've been saying it since the Cane season ended last year. They can't prove anything to us in the regular season. It's all about how far they make it in the playoffs. So they have just a handful of games left to do whatever final polishing, make the last final adjustments, and make sure they are ready to go on a deep playoff run.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 3 to 6 on 99.9 The Fan.
Hey, it's Adam Gold from my friends at FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. We all love the NBA play-in tournament, don't we? Here's another reason to love it, because FanDuel's got a play-in palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every day of the play-in tournament. All you have to do is place a live bet using your play-in palooza token, then you're automatically entered for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel.com/local. If you didn't like the play-in tournament before, I bet you love it now, thanks to FanDuel. Play your game. 21 and over and present in North Carolina. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit 1 entry. Profit Boost bonus issued as non-withdrawable Profit Boost token. Prizes issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill? Or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to CarShield.com. That's CarShield.com today.
It's bow time. Sometimes the craving for Bojangles Supremes is so strong you just gotta have them. Even when your gas tank is on empty and Bojangles is still 10 miles down the highway. Nothing beats the flavor of Bojangles Juicy Golden Supremes, especially when they're part of a perfect combo with 4 boldly seasoned chicken Supremes, a made-from-scratch biscuit, fixin', and some legendary iced tea. The only thing that can satisfy your hunger is that delicious southern flavor. So when the craving is supreme, put the pedal to the metal. It's bow time.
There's no time like Bo Time. Time to stop whatever you're doing for some of that one-of-a-kind Bojangles flavor. Satisfy your craving for flavor and your passion for boneless chicken with Bojangles 4-piece Supremes Dinner. 4 perfectly seasoned, Cajun-fried, whole breast tenderloin fillets. Choice of fixin', a made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit, and Bojangles legendary iced tea. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's Bo Time.
For 25 years, Law Tigers has helped thousands of riders with one mission: to serve the motorcycle community. With Law Tigers, you never ride alone. When the unexpected happens, you need more than a lawyer. You need someone who understands the ride. That's why riders trust Law Tigers. It's who we are. We ride with you. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Law Tigers is a network of independent law firms who are members of the American Association of Motorcycle Injury Lawyers. Law Tigers is not a law firm.
Hi, friends. This is Mark Pons with Chapel Hill Tire. At Chapel Hill Tire, we've always been your home for the world's best tire brands. And now we're proud to announce free installation when you purchase a full set of Continental tires. That's in addition to our everyday free installation on Michelin and Pirelli, 3 of the world's most trusted names, installed by the Triangle's most trusted team at no extra cost to you. Experience premium tire service. Book your appointment today at chapelhilltire.com and drive happy.
This is Adam Gold.
You know, soap attracts dirt, right? That's what soap does. It attracts dirt. Right now, Bill Belichick is soap. That's what he is.
Yeah.
He's soap.
Yeah.
He's attracting all this dirt.
Or he's like an overripe banana and it's attracting all these gnats.
The Adam Gold Show.
Just lean on in, folks. Just lean on in. Paul Lyhander in for Adam Gold today. The Adam Gold Show here. Victoria is here as well. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Big day when we're talking NBA basketball, as we have now moved into the playoff portion of the schedule. Rod Brindamore likes to call it the marathon, right? The long season, training camp, you get through the regular season, and the fruits of the labor come this time of year. And it happens to coincide. The NBA and the NHL kind of like to do it together. They like to do it together for some reason, but, you know, we like to play indoors, both sports. Charlotte Hornets tonight taking on the Miami Heat. The biggest question is, are they ready for the moment? Can the Charlotte Hornets meet the moment that has been provided to them, that fans, longtime fans, have been aching for and craving for 10 years? The play-in aside of 5 years ago, 6 years ago, again, different team, different vibe, different set of people. 2016, just couldn't make it happen. 10 years ago, right? Like the what-ifs and the could-ifs, and we couldn't take the series, and Dwayne Wade decided to wake up kind of thing. This year, the Hornets, with the exception of the minor slow bump right at the beginning of the season where you were like, were they ever going to come together? Can we get through what we need to get through? Was a team that was destined to come together. Right out of the draft, when they were given high marks out of the draft, and everyone believed it. Nobody questioned it. They were like, no, Con Knepel's the good pick at 4. And Sion James and the midseason trade for Kobe White. No one's questioned this team. And there's been a few hiccups and slip-ups towards the end of the season, and the fight in Detroit set them back a little teeny bit, but didn't interrupt their momentum in making it to the play-in game tonight in Charlotte. And so for the Hornets and the Heat have different expectations. The Hornets had none. Absolutely none. Like, I think it was fingers crossed. Like, wing and a prayer, let's hope. We always say, and you hear it constantly, hope is not a strategy. But you hope that they can stay healthy. You hope that the core of this basketball team can stay on the court in Bridges and Miller and Ball, Knepel, and Diabate. And then you added Kobe in the trade with Chicago, and you're like, okay, now we've got something. We've got a core. We've got this something that we can build around. But is this team ready for the moment? Vegas would suggest that they are. The line is very favorable to Charlotte at home. And again, it's the only home game. If they win tonight, Again, you got to get through tonight, right? The 48 minutes of tonight. If they win tonight, they move on to face either the Magic or the 76ers on the road on Friday. You have to come off the little kids' table to play in the big kids' table. And to do so means you've got to win 2 must-wins. Like, you don't have a choice. It's 2 or nothing. Today, it's 1 or nothing. 1, you're done. Lose, and you're done. And so you put the foot down, and you know they're going to empty the tank. And so are they ready for that moment, because they haven't faced this moment? They've had close games. They've had buzzer beaters. You know, you've seen the clutch performances, the outliers, right? This team won 44 games. But are they able to do it when the back is... I hate doing the cliches, Victoria. I'm not crazy about dropping in cliches.
Right.
But it is a one, and you have to win today.
Yeah, do or die.
And so if you're able to meet the moment of tonight, where you may have done a very good job of compartmentalizing the things that are out of your control, which are fans yelling in your ears, which are when you go to the website a couple of days ago, they were selling tickets for a playoff game. You can put some of that stuff aside. You can not listen to the sports talk of this program, of other programs, of the podcasters that cover you, where they talk about how tonight is one of those moments that they have been leading up to for 5 years and for some a decade, waiting for this exact iteration of this basketball team to take the court. And that's a lot to soak up when you know you're going against the Miami Heat. And Miami's feeling that same bit too. Don't get me wrong. They've got that same kind of vibe going there too, because what are they hanging on to but legacy there? They have nothing but good memories of the big three of LeBron and D. Wade and Chris Bosh and Mario Chalmers, who's not part of that conversation, but he was part of those teams. And I just throw that out there because I'm just showing off my knowledge of the Miami Heat of the 2010s. But they've got a lot to play for too. And the most interesting thing about it, when you talk about the Miami Heat and playing Charlotte, where it almost feels like either side has very little to lose, but if someone's going to lose, it would mean more in a loss if it came from the Miami Heat. On Unsportsmanlike this morning of ESPN, Chris Canty, who's more known for his football prowess than certainly his basketball prowess, did talk about a loss to the Hornets by Miami and what actually would die.
If you lose to the Hornets tonight, can we put to bed Heat culture? Can we just say that it's over? We can't continue to live in the delusion of the Miami Heat having this unbelievable culture and being able to have a blueprint that nobody else has in terms of finding a way to contend for championships. If you're losing to the Hornets in the play-in, sir.
Now, I get where he's coming from. But it is a slight disrespect to the Charlotte Hornets. Charlotte Hornets, up to this point, have played very good basketball. In terms of net ranking, they are top 10 in the NBA. Top 5 almost, I believe. Almost. Youth running wild, maturation of a point guard, and a consistent force in Brandon Miller when it comes to scoring. Diabate rebounding, Bridges contributing. Not all 5 guys have to do something. All 5 guys have to contribute. The greatest championship teams of the past, and I've covered many of them and sat in front of many of them and watched many parades, had a solid starting 5, and usually 2 or 3 of those starting 5 were role guys. They weren't counted on to do anything, but when it came to the push and came to the shove, always a superstar performance came through. That's going to be LaMelo Ball's job tonight. Not to play hero ball by any means, but to be that consistent force and that consistent score for Charlotte to lean on. Con Kneppel has played at a high level in college, and professionally he has turned out to be a pro's pro, but he hasn't had that kind of type of a ball situation outside of college, the ACC championship, when Duke made that run last year. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit different, and if you ask NBA players, they would honestly tell you that same thing. It is a little bit different. You've got to lean on somebody with some experience, and Ball is going to be that guy for them. They will live and die by what he does tonight. They will live and die by what he does tonight after they get a win. They will live and die by what he does on Friday. And after that, then we can start thinking more of a team game. But play your game. But if you've got to lean on somebody, and I trust that Charles Lee can make that happen, and Eric Spoelstra's not going to be the guy that's going to roll over and die, that's for sure, in Miami. if you trust Charles Lee and what he has planned for this team and the championship pedigree that he has in his bones, as he probably is starting the car and ate his Wheaties this morning, he will lean on that championship pedigree, what he did in Boston and what he saw and coached in Milwaukee, and he will turn to his guy and say, take us to the promised land. I think that's where he will go. Now, there's other games tonight. The other game tonight is Portland and Phoenix. Portland, the last team in the play-in. Phoenix has a lot of tools, but it's all going to run through Devin Booker. There's a two-headed monster there with him and Suggs. But for me, that's what's going to lead them through. And Phoenix is at home, too. For the Blazers, they've got horses. They do.
Right.
Don't expect some big, deep dive for me on this one. Donovan Clengen, formerly, you might remember him from his playing days in the Big East, will be the guy in the pivot. They have Denny Avdija, also kind of a guy who, and remember, the Portland Trailblazers went through the whole betting scandal. Chauncey Billups, their head coach, was arrested. Okay? They went to Tiago Splitter as their interim head coach. Tiago Splitter knows what to do with big men. He totally understands it. Tiago Splitter, by the way, was with the San Antonio Spurs, and he learned under one of the best. So Avdija, Jeremy Grant, also another one of those guys in the pivot, Clengen as well. And they've got defense. Drew Holiday, signed in the offseason, veteran presence. Sharp, same kind of guy. Like, they've got scores and whatnot. I just really believe that the Suns will take this one. Just, if not for if not for home court advantage, that the Suns they have the ability to get points from a lot of different guys in a bunch of different places. Booker, Brooks, Jalen Green. Those are the three dudes. And you all might remember another name by the name of Grayson Allen.
Yeah. Exactly.
And he gets under your skin real quick.
Oh, yeah. I think the Hornets have the heart, though. We'll see.
Hornets and Heat tonight. Loser goes to Cancun.
Right?
Winner plays at home.
Or plays that wonderful game of golf that we were talking about.
Gets to play that wonderful game of golf. For sure. That's half of the play-in. Again, the other half of the play-in on the other side, Philadelphia, Orlando. That's tomorrow night. And the LA Clippers and Golden State Warriors. The Golden State just limping into this one. LA, basically, it's Kawhi Leonard or bust for them. He lost James Harden during the season to Cleveland, and then Clippers made it in. So, NBA of renewal. Now, who makes it to the end? If I got to put my hard-earned dollars on it, and I really want to say the San Antonio Spurs because I really want to say the San Antonio Spurs. The Eastern Conference, again, that Pistons-Hornets, if it ends up being that way, that'll be a banger of a first-round series. And again, the Hornets don't know any better, right? Hornets don't know any better. But on that side, I really do see Boston. Boston and New York, and I believe that's how it would set up with the semifinal. Boston and New York, and the winner of that one, I think, goes to the final.
Right.
And the Western Conference, it's really the Thunder. The Thunder are the defending champions. Until somebody knocks them off, it's going to be Oklahoma City. But I really want to say San Antonio, just for me, just for my heart.
Right.
Having spent time in San Antonio, having spent time with that franchise, it is the softest of spots. Oh, my goodness. God, that spot is made of queso.
Oh, yeah.
And really nice, lean brisket.
I love all of that.
Or fatty brisket, too.
Yeah.
Either way, that's where we're at. All right. We do have hockey coming your way tonight. We're going to chop a little bit of that up coming up. Paul Eihander in for Adam Gold here at the Adam Gold Show.
His Zamboni is bigger than yours. The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Introducing Bluebell Pro, a dessert with up to 12 grams of protein and 110 calories or less per serving. Low fat, no added sugars, and gluten-free. Dig into a pint. It's more than just protein. It's Bluebell Pro. Good for you. Never tasted so good.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell Ice Cream at your local grocer and pick up your favorite flavor today.
Carolina Complete Health. From neighborhoods in Charlotte to families in Greensboro, Raleigh, and Durham, all the way to Asheville and Wilmington, and everything in between. We are here for communities across North Carolina, connecting you to the care and support you need. We are here to make healthcare easier to access and understand. We are here to bridge the gap, because your health matters. Your community matters. You matter. We are here for your health. Visit hereforyourhealthnc.com.
Agriculture drives our local economy. I'm Lee Ivey, Director of the Agricultural Institute at NC State University, and we are looking for our next generation of leaders. If you want to make a difference and help feed the world, join us at the Ag Institute, where we grow successful graduates, productive futures, and rewarding lifestyles. We offer 2-year degrees and hundreds of internships. Invest in yourself and learn more online by searching NC State Ag Institute. Deadline for fall enrollment is June 1st. 2 years, 1 degree, endless possibilities.
Hey, it's Adam Gold from my friends at FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. We all love the NBA play-in tournament, don't we? Here's another reason to love it, because FanDuel's got a play-in palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every day of the play-in tournament. All you have to do is place a live bet using your play-in palooza token. Then you're automatically entered for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel.com/local. If you didn't like the play-in tournament before, I bet you love it now, thanks to FanDuel. Play your game. 21 and over and present in North Carolina. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit 1 entry. Profit Boost bonus issued as non-withdrawable Profit Boost token. Prizes issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
The North Carolina Healthcare Association invites you to listen to this month's podcast, Conversations on the State of Healthcare. This month we examined the Thrive 5, developed by Thrive OBX. The Thrive 5 is a way to bring the community together using outside partnerships to stay healthy as you age. My guest is Amy Montgomery, Executive Director of Operations at Outer Banks Health.
So Thrive OBX is about inspiring well-being and longevity through a community-wide cultural movement. The goal is simple: to help people thrive. Research shows that only about 30% of our longevity is tied to our genetics, and 10% depends on access to health care. So that leaves roughly 60% is determined by daily lifestyle choices, like how we eat, move, manage stress, sleep, and connect socially.
You can learn more and join our latest Conversations on the State of Healthcare wherever you listen to your favorite podcasts, and find out more by visiting nchealthcare.org.
This is Adam Gold.
80-second mark, I scream in the booth. I screamed in the booth. Why the heck is he still on the ice?
Did you say it and finish?
I should have.
Yes.
No, he wouldn't. He curses in English.
He does.
2 seconds later, he scored.
Yes.
And I went, oh, that's why. That's why.
The Adam Gold Show.
Smash Mouth.
Right?
You know the movie this came from, right, Victoria?
Shrek. Or it was on Shrek.
Yeah, no, they used it in Shrek. They did use it in Shrek.
Mm-hmm.
Paul Ihander here in for Adam Gold today. That's Victoria. They did use it in Shrek. There was a movie with Ben Stiller, William Macy. I think it was Ian McKellen who played the bad guy. It was the bad guy. His name was Dr. Frankenstein. No joke. The movie was called Mystery Men. Janine Garofalo was in it. Paul Rubens. I think, was it Kel? Yeah, Kel of Keenan and Kel was in it. He played. He was in it. And Hank Azaria, who does all the voices on The Simpsons, he was in it as like this guy who he was the Raja, and his specialty was throwing forks.
Okay.
The movie was called Mystery Men. It was kind of like everybody that couldn't quite make the cut. Like Deadpool ran the joke later on, where he went in, kind of like put out the call for superheroes and whatever it was. And Mystery Men did it like 30 years prior to Deadpool. And so they used it within that one because it was like, hey, now you're an all-star.
Right. All the scrubs are now all-stars.
Yeah, and some people are like, oh, yeah, I remember that movie. It was Ben Stiller played a character named Mr. Furious. So all he did, he got mad. That was his thing.
Right.
William Macy was, he was the shoveler.
Oh.
He had a hard hat and had a shovel.
I need to watch this movie. I've never seen it.
Janine Garofalo had a psychic bowling ball with her dead father's head in it or something. And Kel had the ability to make himself disappear.
Oh, wow. I'm Googling it right now, and I see the picture.
Yeah, and Greg Kinnear was in it. Greg Kinnear was this superhero. Again, this is Amazon has The Boys, Deadpool. It's kind of like anti-superhero. Peacemaker with John Cena, kind of like that thing.
Yep.
It had the anti-superheroes, and I can't remember what the name. It was Captain Amazing or Captain something. It was Greg Kinnear, the actor who played Captain Amazing, and he had all these corporate sponsorships all over him, which was kind of funny. Again,
you're right. I'm seeing the overview of it, and it was Greg Kinnear, Captain Amazing.
Late 90s. 99.
99.
Okay, so there you go. So, yeah, this was Smash Mouth All-Star, Shrek. They ended up using that song. Again, kind of funny how this all just kind of jogs the memory.
I know, right? Wow, its budget was $68 million.
Think about the names I just rattled off.
Right.
In terms of who was in this movie. It was all right, let's put together this superhero movie and see what can happen. And I know there were more people in this thing, but there was a guy who could toast anything. It was the weirdest thing. It's one of those things that you walk into a group of friends and you're all just having beers.
Yeah.
And you're hanging out and okay, the game sucks. And you're like, dude, if you had a superpower, what would it be? But not make it cool.
Right.
It can't be a cool one.
It's be random.
It's got to be just mediocre, but just cool enough to kind of it gets something done.
Right.
It's I can clean laundry by blinking.
I was going to say,
sweet.
wash dishes really fast.
What can you do? I can eliminate sock smells.
Hey, that's important for some.
Yeah. If you've met my son, that would be a great superpower, by the way. Oh, my God. My son. He comes home after school. He just keeps his socks on constantly.
Oh,
and I
yeah.
love it. He's probably listening right now.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy. I'm just saying.
It's okay.
I'm
no judgment.
I'm I need a superpower. That's what it would be.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's what it would be. Thanks for everyone hanging out today. Again, we're talking as much sports as we possibly can, but we get off on a little tangent. And Hey Now You're an All-Star, I think, has been used in every montage of sports between when it was released by Smash Mouth and now. And those guys still play that song too.
Oh yeah.
They own the heck out of that one.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Some college sports news to pass along to you. Charlotte hired another assistant coach. Claude Pardue is the new assistant there as they try to put a team together, as Wes Miller tries to put his staff together there. He got news yesterday that Jizzle James from Cincinnati was going to join him with Charlotte. Claude Pardue was a longtime assistant at Tulane. So positive news there. UNCW got a commit today out of the portal, RJ Greer from Davidson, so just coming up the road there. Also High Point. High Point landed C.J. Brown, point guard out of South Florida, so moving to High Point. And then a number of ACC guys keep going. We keep hearing rumors about visits at State and visits at Carolina, and we know those coaching staffs. Again, Michael Malone and Justin Gainey, both those guys, much like Wes Miller at Charlotte, got to spend some time putting staffs together. Either looking for active guys that are currently on staffs or guys that have been sitting around, or women who are sitting around waiting for their next opportunity. So those a lot of news coming out there. On the women's side too, just to sneak one in here, NC State Zam Jones, who started 30 games for the Wolfpack last season, shot really well from three, has committed to the Lou. Will be ends up in Louisville, as they say, Louisville.
Right, you gotta just
Louisville.
Mush it together.
It's Louisville. For the locals, it's Louisville. I remember there was an opportunity that I may have had to work in Kentucky, in Louisville, and everyone said it differently, and the locals, they don't call it, I mean, everyone goes, oh, it's the Lou. Not a lot of people say that, to be fair, but Louisville. Without the Louis,
right,
or the S is not even there. It's like Louisville.
No, it's not existent.
And I think again, we got folks who listen to us in western part of the state and, transplants and whatnot. I'm sure you could correct me if I'm wrong, but
Oh, we've got plenty of towns, even just locally in the state, where locals don't even say it correctly. Like you could say Ville or Vull on some of these. like back where I'm from, there's Kernersville, Kernersville.
Okay, so when I say Greenville,
right,
I'm okay.
Right.
But Greenville, if I say I'm going
some
to
people might be
Greenville,
like, it's actually
Greenville.
But sometimes there's no consistency, so it's a toss-up.
I remember I had the toughest time coming here. I would say Fuquay.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Fuquay.
Right.
Fuquay.
Fuquay.
That's what it says. It says it. It says Fuquay.
Yeah.
But you'll go to this. Boy, we're going way off topic here. But I did talk basketball for a bit, so hey, enjoy that.
Yeah. They play basketball out in Fuquay.
They do play basketball out there. I'm living in a town. They would say Rio Grande and Rio Grande.
Ah, yes. I've heard both. Mm-hmm.
Right. My son just texted me.
Busted.
Hey, buddy. Hey, dude. Shouting out to you, Dash. Love you, dude. All right, so that's that. Carolina Hurricanes tonight, game 82. New York Islanders, not a lot on the line here. Going to see a lot of run. The goal for the Carolina Hurricanes this evening against the Islanders on the road, as the Carolina Hurricanes finish on the road, last 4 games, is to essentially just stay healthy. Not get bumped up, not get banged up. There's still some opportunities for some milestones if they do play. Milestone 1 would be getting Pyotr Kochetkov back on the ice. We haven't heard if he's gonna be out there. I've been saying this throughout the entire program as we get ready to wrap up here. Someone should run into here and say, hey,
I know.
Paul, Victoria, he's going to be on the ice tonight.
Breaking news. Yeah.
I would love to hit that. I would love to absolutely hit that. Probably not going to. I want it. I want it to happen.
Right.
But a milestone. That would be a milestone for the Carolina Hurricanes. Keandre Miller needs 1 more goal to match a career high. 9. Needs 9. Not bad. That's if he plays tonight. Carolina Hurricanes called up a couple of emergency defensemen tonight, which means we're thinking about a defensive core. This could be weird. Charles Alexis Legault with Mike Riley.
Yeah. Yep.
Right?
Exactly.
Right? Joel Nystrom and Ronan Seeley. That's 4 of the 6.
Exactly.
So who are the other 2?
Good question.
Right. Who are the 2? So that's a question that has to be raised. So does Keandre Miller even take the ice tonight? Or, again, we're trying to preserve guys. Sean Walker has played in every game this season.
Mm-hmm.
Probably would want to stay on the ice.
And that's what we were talking about earlier this morning with Tim is like, does Ehlers want to play 82 games since he's at 81?
Right. Does Nikolai Ehlers want to play the full 82-game schedule?
Yeah.
And I don't want him just touching ice, right? Go outside and touch grass.
Right.
Go on the ice and touch ice for 1 shift. I don't want the Brent Burns shift that we had last year. Brent Burns kept that streak going out of respect. Rod Brindamore did him a solid.
Mm-hmm.
He played, I believe it was 13 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
13.
A whole 13.
That's not...
I mean, he could get a touchdown with 13 seconds, but
he could. And again, there is some nobility to the game that comes along with playing in that time and continuing streaks. If Sean Walker's going to take the ice for 82, take the ice for 82. Take a shift.
Yeah.
Take a real shift. But again, I'm not the coach, and I'm not also the coach who had to navigate a bunch of defensive losses last year, into which by the end of last season, it was Alexander Nikishin, I believe, playing in, what was it, his 8th game overall as a Carolina Hurricane on the ice in a playoff series.
Right.
I'm like, bad spot, not understanding system. Like, we were running whoever was healthy at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand that need to. Like, we should learn from the history of this hockey team. So we know those call-ups are coming. So there's a possibility, again, if Keandre Miller plays tonight, a 9th goal. Taylor Hall, if he plays tonight, needs 2 goals for 20. Which would give the Carolina Hurricanes 8 players with 20 goals.
Yep.
That would be amazing.
That'd be awesome.
For this team. And I've talked about this with others and with all of you here, and we gather around the campfire here as we wrap things up. This is a team that has leaned a little bit less on its defensive play and leaned a little bit heavier into offensive identity. And for me, maybe it's controlled resistance. Maybe it has been like, hey, let's kind of hold on to the reins until we get to the postseason. While this team is a very physical team, and Delorier last night had 11 hits.
He did.
In the game against Philadelphia, which was insane. And if there's a prop for you for Delorier for hits tonight and he does play, take the over. Take it. If it's set low, take it.
Yep.
Take that action.
Free money.
That there's been a conscious effort to hold back the reins on a guy like Alexander Nikishin, who at the beginning of the season was laying lumber. Like, he was full body blasting dudes.
Yep.
And then they kind of reined him back in a little bit, like the wild stallion that he is. And he's played a much more, so I mean, he's, again, a couple of points away from a rookie defenseman mark for the Carolina Hurricanes in terms of points. Like, he has had an amazing rookie season, a good full season on the blue line. And the same way with Keandre Miller. Keandre Miller was the nemesis of the Carolina Hurricanes. You would see him come and you're like, God, don't hit him, please. Don't hit Sebastian Aho, please.
Right.
Don't hit Seth Jarvis. The last thing you need is Seth Jarvis on the ice on all fours with his head resting against the ice.
Exactly.
Nobody wants that.
No.
Nobody wants to see Seth Jarvis doubled over or bashed into a goalpost.
Oh, not again.
Right, yeah, you're rolling your eyes. Like, I am too, the same way. Like, inner Paul is just like, God, don't let that happen tonight. Yep. Like, please don't let that happen tonight. But there are milestones for the Carolina Hurricanes to have. And the thought process is, once we get through Game 82, that this team will let the reins off of Keandre Miller. That this team will loosen the reins on Alexander Nikishin.
Mm-hmm.
That those guys will be let loose, knowing that the marathon that Rod Brindamore talked about way back in October, and we all saw the video, that marathon that he talked about back in September, that started and they all lined up at the same time in October, end of September, October, and now that we have gotten through an Olympic break where guys played extra hockey, guys like Sebastian Aho played extra hockey.
Mm-hmm.
Jacob Slavin played extra hockey. Nick Ehlers played extra hockey. Freddie Anderson played extra hockey.
Jarvis.
Seth Jarvis played extra hockey. And we made it to the end of this season. That this marathon now, we have entered mile 23. And that's when marathoners know, and those who are out there who have run long distances, and I'm one of those people, so I'll make the analogy for you. When you get to mile 22, mile 23, which is where the Carolina Hurricanes are right now, there is this thing, it's a mental mind screw. It's called the wall.
Mm.
And you have to fight through that wall. And for some it's physical, for some it's mental. But in a marathon, when you get to that mile marker 22 and that mile marker 23, there is a wall. And if you're strong enough, you blast through that wall. If you're not, that wall becomes the biggest obstacle. And the only way to get through that wall is to chip away on it. And you chip, and you chip, and you chip until you fight your way through that wall. And it is a mental screw, and it is a physical screw. And for the Carolina Hurricanes, after tonight, the only thing that matters, and they will start hanging that stuff outside of Lenovo Center, you will see all the photos of it on social media, I promise, will be them hanging up 16 blank spots at the front of Lenovo Center for 16 X's or check marks or hockey pucks or whatever they decide to put inside those blank boxes for each of the wins that the Canes need to get to reach the ultimate goal.
Yeah.
But we've reached the point in that marathon where they will be hitting that wall. And how much this coaching staff has prepared this team, how much rain pulling back, how much measured success of putting guys upstairs and pulling them down in the right moments at the right times to keep them healthy, to keep them sane. And in some cases, like a Logan Stankoven, like a Taylor Hall, like a Jackson Blake, that line, to keep them hot and humming. That is how we will tell of a measure how ready to go that they are to contend for a championship.
I hope they are. They have to reach Mystery Men character status to break through the wall. Which someone on Twitter, they tagged me and they want me to ask you about the character, the Spleen.
The Spleen?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest with you, I don't remember too much about the film.
Yeah.
After that point, I'm like, I'm not checking notes or anything. I'm like, I could turn this thing around.
Yeah.
I don't have any notes. I just remember Mystery Men.
Right.
I don't remember too much about the Spleen. I'm
Well,
so
I mean,
sorry.
to be fair, it was 99 when it came out.
It was just
so.
kind of, I guess if you think about the Spleen, it was just an extra. So for me, it was just an extra.
Right.
Or whatever it was. But I'm glad somebody remembers that film the way I remember that film. It was an interesting watch. It was kind of like the movie Mystery Alaska. It was full of stars. Russell Crowe in that movie, and Hank Azaria, another movie for Hank Azaria. Michael Myers played a hockey analyst in that movie, which was pretty funny.
Yeah.
That's that same kind of movie for me.
Paul Rubens, I guess, was the Spleen.
Oh, Paul Rubens was the Spleen.
Pee Wee Herman.
And Paul Rubens had and his character had all the zits. So I'm glad you remember that. So his character had all these blemishes all over him. Definitely an extra in that movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was kind of an interesting character. All right. Folks, thanks for hanging out today. Paul, I hand her in for Adam Gold today. Victoria, as always, many thoughts, many good props to you.
Fun
and
day.
for you Hornets fans, hopefully the long road continues tonight. The party never stops and the road never ends, or whatever Robert Earl Keen would say. It's the Adam Gold Show. Thanks for hanging out, folks. Keep it on the shiny part.
Delivering more hits than the Canes forecheck.
He scores!
The Adam Gold Show on the North Carolina Sports Network.
Get crazy, Canes fans. It's hockey night in Carolina. It's your Canes and the Islanders.
Andrei Svechnikov, a career best, his 31st.
Storm Watch with Adam Gold at 6:30. Puck drop at 7.
Stolen from he scores! And that's 20. William Carrier knows the stats, and the Canes have a 2-0 lead.
On your official audio home of Hurricanes hockey, 99.9 The Fan.
This is the sound of Jack, buzz cutting his way to a small fortune. To Jack, every time he cuts his own hair, that's $50 right in his pocket. If Jack sees DIY buzz cuts as a saving strategy, Wells Fargo is right behind him. And with their mobile app, tracking his savings is easy. Oh, ouch. However you make money work, we can work with that.
Mobile carriers' message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, it's Adam Gold from my friend Dr. Lori Travers and Travers LASIK, and people ask me all the time, why did you go to Dr. Lori? 1, she's the best. 2, I need 20/20 vision, and now I've got it. I've gotten rid of the glasses and the contact and everything that goes along with it. And right now, Travers LASIK is honoring first responders with an exclusive LASIK savings for police officers, firefighters, and EMTs. Travers LASIK, 919-510-6830, TraversLASIK.com.
You've got rhythm, your heart's got rhythm. Then one day your rhythm's off, and you've got AFib, atrial fibrillation. The good news is you've also got an AFib center, where specialists in AFib have multiple treatment options for you. Want more good news? Most of them are minimally invasive. Learn more at wakemed.org. And what do you say you and your heart get the band back together?
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Stay informed with The Rundown, the daily newsletter from High School OT that delivers high school sports news and insights straight to your inbox. Brought to you by High School OT and powered by our sponsors Lake Orthopedics, First Carolina Bank, and Smith Douglas Homes. Subscribe to The Rundown at highschoolot.com.
You can't buy a best friend. You can love them, walk them, pet them, and care for them, whether they want you to or not. You can take a picture or 50. You can fly to the moon, travel the world, or just stay in bed. You can't buy a best friend like that, but you can adopt one. There are millions of pets waiting for a best friend just like you. Help us save them all at bestfriends.org.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Big truck accidents can cause life-changing injuries, and life-changing injuries deserve life-changing money. I know big truck wrecks, and I know how to fight those big insurance companies. If you've been hurt by a big truck, contact us at ritchielaw.com. I'm on top of it.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Studio. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
I'm WRAL meteorologist Elizabeth Gardner. Our temperatures keep heating up. We're seeing a high of 88 degrees this afternoon under partly cloudy skies. Some mild mornings. Tomorrow we'll start at 62, but then we climb to 91, and that sets off a string of highs in the 90s all the way through Saturday. That's a good 20 degrees above normal for this time of year.
This hour of the drive is brought to you by Law Tigers. Injured in a motorcycle accident? Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS before you call your insurance company. Case evaluations are always free, and you don't pay a dime until your case settles. Law Tigers, North Carolina's motorcycle lawyers. 3 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones up 270 points to 48,488.
Out in front, and now he scores! Oh, what a setup! That is picture-perfect Ehlers to Bradley Nadeau. Side of the net magic here, and it'll find its way to Ehlers, and he scores! Nikolai Ehlers banks it off of Lennar. Middle of the rink opens for Tippett, shot right in. Bussey makes the save, rebounds available, and Bussey dives on that. And the Carolina Hurricanes, sending this game to overtime, have clinched the top spot in the Eastern Conference.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. On a Tuesday, I'm Tim Donnelly, Dennis Cox producing the show. You woke up today, and the Carolina Hurricanes had clinched the number 1 seed in the East.
Let's go.
All they needed was an overtime point. They just needed one, and we shouldn't have told them that, because that's all they got. But that's all they needed. We'll talk about it. Yesterday is one of the more chaotic off-season days I've seen for a single college basketball program for Carolina yesterday. Full day of just chaos. Michael Malone said, "Is this how college basketball goes?" Because if so, he's going to need like more caffeine or something delivered to the office. It is a solid Tuesday in the middle of April, and we're going to start the show like we start every show. The Big Three at 3.
Number 1.
Carolina Hurricanes clinched the number 1 seed in the East. By the way, Big 3 at 3 is presented by Manor Service Company. If there were a number 1 seed for service companies, heating, cooling, plumbing, electric, they would have the number 1 seed. Reigning champs, Manor Service Company. The Canes clinched the top of the East. I absolutely love the way that Rod Brindamore reacted to it in the post-game interview. Right? They win the East. He's asked about it. I wrote down just the beginning of his response. It's a huge accomplishment that nobody really cares about. That is the exact quote. And I love that. I love it. And if you want to, and I didn't do it justice. I'm not as gruff or rugged as Rod Brindamore. So let's just go ahead and hear it from himself.
I mean, that's a huge accomplishment, nobody really cares about, but it says you had a real good year, and then you came to play every night, and, you can't, luck into that. And so we got one more game here to finish this part of the kind of marathon, and then we get to look for bigger, better things.
it's all about the postseason. You've set yourself up to be in the best position in the East in the postseason, home ice, all those things. But it's all about the postseason. And it's so very funny to me that people can look at the exact same thing and get exact opposite reactions. I need a shout out to Carolyn on Twitter. I'm just going to respond or read one of her posts. Every franchise but a couple would die for what the Canes have done the past few seasons. Yet national media can't wait to label them a failure if they don't make top two, meaning to the Stanley Cup final. Ridiculous standard. Do they say the same for Dallas or Colorado? Edmonton, a failure without a cup this year? It's so funny because every franchise but a couple would die for what the Canes have done the past few seasons is exactly why I have ridiculously high expectations and a ridiculously high standard or bar for the Canes. Do you know what? It's ironic. Last night, the Flyers won. And did you see their celebration after the game, Dennis?
Oh, yeah, I was watching the game.
They got real aggressive with it, right? It appeared as if they did more than just punch their ticket to the playoffs. And some Canes fans had the I'll use a Stephen A. Smith term, unmitigated gall to make fun of them for celebrating that much. And I'm going like, I don't know. Wasn't that long ago? Wasn't that long ago where making the postseason would have been celebration worthy for the Canes? It's been a long time, like in terms of maybe your sports fandom, but in the slice of life, it wasn't that long ago. So yes, I understand. Like, the Canes are great, and don't take it for granted. And they're, this season's already a success. 52 wins, 52 times I went to bed happy after a win. But when you do that, when you win, when you're a playoff team, when you make the conference finals, and you do so kind of consistently, it becomes, all right, that's the bar. Now to have everything judged as if you're improving and getting better, you have to go further. So, yes, winning or clinching the top East seed is an accomplishment. I agree with Rod Brindamore.
And I think they haven't made the playoffs for 5 straight seasons.
They haven't made it for 5 straight seasons, and I saw this from a Philly fan. With fans, they haven't made it for like 8 or 9 because the last time they made it was a year where fans weren't allowed to watch. Yeah, COVID.
Yeah, 2017, 2018 is the last time they had fans actually being able to attend games.
So, yeah, they celebrated. And the Canes clinched the number 1 seed and, just walked to the locker room. Like, there's differences. They've done it. They've been there before, and you have to go further. So you celebrate making the number 1 seed, and you're excited by it. But, yeah, you have to go further. You have to do better. You have to win more games if you want to get the same rush. If you want to be excited by making the playoffs, you got to go stink for 5 years. then relatively making the playoffs is celebration worthy.
I mean, let's go back to 2019 when it was the next to last game of the season when we learned, I think I remember correctly, Washington beat Montreal's game 81, and they're doing the storm surge after the game. They flash it up like, hey, Canes made the playoffs. Place went nuts.
Yep.
The place went nuts at Lenovo Center.
So don't
judge.
Don't be on your high horse right now. Don't be on your high horse. And I'm not sitting here defending Philly. I'm just saying the Canes are different than most teams in the NHL. They're better than most teams in the NHL. They're a better run program than most teams in the NHL. So you better darn sure have different expectations for them than other teams in the NHL. That's number 1. Let's get to number 2.
Number 2.
Carolina basketball had one of the craziest possible off-season days yesterday. 24 hours where, every 45 minutes it felt like some big piece of news was falling. I have a smattering of them written down for you. Neoklis Avdalis commits to UNC. That's a 6'9", probably big money, although we won't be fully transparent with that. Probably big money transfer coming from Virginia Tech, who flashed some really impressive skills last year. They hired Kim English as an assistant coach. Former head coach of Providence, player, bounced around the pro leagues for a while. Young guy, I think it's a good hire. I think it's the type of hire that Michael Malone needed. He walked into a firestorm of news as soon as it was announced that he was going to be an assistant coach for Carolina. Jaron Stevenson, incoming transfer last year from Alabama. Anytime there's a coaching change, you're not sure if players that have options are going to stick around. He reveals that he will be returning to Carolina. Dylan Mingo, top 10, top 15 recruit in the country, depending where you're looking, had been committed to Carolina, took a visit. He's no longer committed to Carolina. He'll be playing elsewhere next year. And even that announcement came with its own form of chaos because different outlets reported it with different wording. Okay? Rivals on 3 reported it this way. 5-star North Carolina commit Dylan Mingo, the number 1 point guard in the 2026 class, is reopening his recruitment, sources tell Rivals. Andrew Jones of 247 Sports covers the Tar Heels. Breaking, UNC has decided to part ways with 2026 commit Dylan Mingo. That's obviously the big picture is Dylan Mingo's not going to be a part of the Tar Heels next year, but depending which one of those you read, the narrative is different. Is Mingo breaking it off or is UNC breaking it off? And just as you think you're figuring that out, you learn Derek Dixon, who was in the transfer portal, committed to Arizona. And you find out Luka Bogovac transfers to Oklahoma State. And all while this is happening, Utah transfer Terrence Brown, who's highly coveted and has options, is going through his official visit with Carolina and posting pics every couple hours on his Instagram showing all the things he's doing. And while that's going on, you refresh your Instagram feed and you see Caleb Wilson thanking Tar Heel Nation and announcing he's going pro, which everybody knew was coming, but you want a little bit of time to reflect on it. And depending on how deep in the weeds you want to go, Mika Murinen, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that, who's a wildly impressive prospect, his AAU coach, Cam Wilder, responded to the Abdallas commitment saying, I'm not going to say who else is finna be going to UNC, but the Heels are back. And Murinen's mother played for Carolina in the early 2000s. So if you want to go deep in the weeds and read tea leaves, that's going on. That's good news, bad news, who knows news, interesting news, speculative news, concrete news, expected news, unexpected news, all in one day for Carolina yesterday. How you like college basketball, Michael Malone? That's number 2. Let's get to number 3. Oh, that's not nice.
Well, I hit the wrong thing.
Oh, no.
It happens. Actually, you know what? Fine.
That can't be a Charlotte Hornets. That can't be a good omen.
That's not a good omen at all. That's not a good omen at all. If they lose, it's on me.
Here's what I'm going to do.
What's that?
The Miami Heat have a play-in game today.
Yeah, they do.
There you go, because they're facing the Charlotte Hornets.
The Charlotte Hornets.
There you go. 7:30 opening tip. That was funny. It is a play-in game. It is in Charlotte. They are the higher seed, so they get to be the home team. Miami. This might be one of the craziest stories that blew over way too quickly. Mr. 83-point scored, Bam Adebayo.
North Carolina's own.
Very true. From North Carolina. So he's coming to his home state, which I think does mean the Hornets better get an even better performance from their perimeter because I think they're giving up a little talent down low to Miami.
Yeah, a little bit.
So, Con Knipple, LaMelo Ball, Brandon Miller, they're going to have to make some threes to make up for that. They are predicted to. ESPN's matchup predictor, the Charlotte Hornets, 73.4% chance to win.
Let's go.
73.4.
Let's go.
You'll take that. Almost 3/4. You'll take that every time in a win-or-go-home game. You ready for this one?
Go on.
This is a stat that came from at Sport CLT, at Sport Charlotte, and it's been confirmed by a few different people. The Charlotte Hornets have never won an elimination game in franchise history.
They have not.
Including the 2 play-in games in 2021 and 2022. They are 0-12 in win-or-go-home games. So you're saying they're due?
Let's go.
Stick a fork in them, see if they're done, see if they're ready. You're saying they're due? Also, I do want to give one more shout-out. This is just a last Hornet shout-out. to Josh Hart of the Knicks, former Villanova. He tweeted this out 5 hours ago. Not having the option to listen to Eric Collins tonight is terrible. Because the NBA and their broadcast partners don't even let the local voices broadcast the games for even the first round like the NHL does. So Eric Collins will not be heard on the Charlotte Hornets game, and I feel like they should. I feel like his intensity on a winner-go-home game is exactly what we need, and even other NBA players recognize it. So shout out to Eric. That is the Big 3 at 3 here on The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan. By the way, that play-in game, there will be a Canes game tonight right here on 99.9 The Fan. The Hornets Heat play-in game will be on Buzz.
That's right.
So you can flip back and forth if you want to. You can pick your favorite. Our network is giving you options. That was the Big 3 at 3. We talk more about the Canes ahead of their game against the Islanders tonight and what it means to clinch the East for that program. Stick around.
It's bow time. There's something special about the first bite of a Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. Like an edible alarm clock that slaps you awake with bold Cajun flavor. The moment you sink your teeth into that soft, fluffy, made-from-scratch biscuit, then strike gold with a juicy piece of fried chicken, you'll know. Nothing beats the first bite. Except the second first bite. Get a Cajun Filet biscuit combo today at Bojangles. It's bow time.
It's bow time. Time to satisfy your craving for Cajun with a Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. Enjoy a Cajun fried filet tucked inside a hot made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit. Make it a combo and add your choice of fixin' and legendary sweet tea. And remember, Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuits are served all day, every day. Bojangles Cajun Filet biscuit. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
Is your heating and air system ready for the warmer weather? Call Newcomb & Company to ensure your system is running at peak performance. As a Comfort Contract customer, you'll get priority service and a 15% discount on all HVAC and plumbing service calls and repairs. Newcomb & Company, your Carrier Factory Authorized dealer, has proudly served our community for more than 70 years, delivering reliable comfort and peace of mind. Call 919-862-3000 or visit newcombandcompany.com. Newcomb & Company, your comfort is our business.
Step between the lines when you download the High School OT mobile app presented by State Employees Credit Union. It's easier than ever to find the coverage you want for the sports and schools you cheer for the loudest. Receive up-to-minute alerts, scores, videos, insider content, and the latest high school sports news across the state of North Carolina. Available now on the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store. The High School OT mobile app, presented by State Employees Credit Union.
Ehlers out in front, he scores! Oh, what a setup! That is picture-perfect Ehlers to Bradley Nadeau. And Carolina has a 1-0 lead in Philly.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Canes didn't beat the Philadelphia Flyers last night, but they didn't need to. They just had to go to overtime, get that point, and control their destiny as they clinch the Eastern Conference's top seed for the postseason. There is still a game tonight at the Islanders. I suspect we'll see a bunch of young guys.
They use the emergency recall to bring up Joel Nystrom and Ronan Seeley, a couple of defensemen. Emergency recall.
If you can't see it on YouTube, Dennis is doing air quotes.
Yes.
There are finger air quotes going on there. Speaking of finger air quotes, speaking of maybe conspiracy theories, I did say it completely jokingly yesterday that an overtime game that is won by the Flyers is how you would draw it up if you were to have a little wink, wink, nod, nod handshake deal between the Canes and the Flyers.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you guarantee that we get it to overtime, and we'll guarantee that you get the win. You guys clinch your playoffs. We clinch the 1 seed, and we're good to go. And that is exactly how it played out, although it did have to go to a shootout. That is exactly how it played out. Maybe some out there suggest, I don't think it was anything nefarious. I think it just played out that way, but it did work out. It ended up being a win-win. First of all, let's get right to the most important part in the debate that I saw raging on social media last night. The Canes lost in a shootout, and their lack of effectiveness in shootouts could really come back to bite them in the play. Oh, no, wait. It doesn't matter at all. It doesn't matter at all.
Who cares?
They needed a point. They got a point. I don't care if they sent Bussy out there to take a shot in the shootout. It is. They needed a point. They got a point. And unless there's overtime tonight, they don't have to worry about shootouts anymore.
No. Once the game got to overtime last night, the rest didn't matter. It was inconsequential.
It was. I mean, it was good for those guys to get overtime skating minutes, right?
Sure.
And especially with the Ahos and the Jarvises and guys who are going to be out there a lot out there. So it became a scrimmage. Is what it became. Yeah. It became a practice situation, which I don't think is meaningless, but it definitely didn't care that Keandre Miller took a shootout shot. Did not care at all.
You don't do that in the playoffs. You don't do 3-on-3 overtime in the playoffs.
Also true. Now, can we talk about the good stuff, the stuff that I do think matters? Nikolai Ehlers is a 70-point player for the first time in his career. And after the way his season began, what was it, through the first 11 or 12 games, he had like 4 points, no goals. After the way that started, for him to pick up the pace and then keep the pace pretty steady for the rest of the season, the feat is even more impressive than just being a 70-point player for the first time in his career. And I'm going to ask this question later on because I think it's a good one. But he is one of the biggest ways that this year's Canes postseason team is different, and you could argue better than last year's Canes postseason team, having that player. And he's in such a rhythm right now that, you throw Bradley Nadeau on the ice, and they're making great plays with chemistry. And it's going like, I'm sure they've met before, but they definitely don't know each other well. Oh, and by the way, Bradley Nadeau can score. We knew that, but it's good to see, good to be reminded, right? That's what his reputation is as a prospect, and he came up and got it done. There was a lot to like about last night's game, especially, and I've said this a few times, right? They had guys out, they still performed, but especially just the business nature of it, right? They went into the game with an obvious goal in mind, and they went out and did it. Rod Brindamore, after the game, gave us his thoughts on the game as a whole, and here's what he said.
Considering who we're missing in the stakes of the game, I thought, to be honest, we probably deserved the 2 points. So pretty good effort, 60 minutes. They're going to make their plays. They had a few. Bus made some real good saves, and we just didn't catch it in overtime. I thought we had a lot of good looks. It just didn't happen, and go to the shootout, whatever. That is what it is. But overall, really happy with the way we played.
I think he should be. I think it was a good game. I think there's a lot of rotating pieces and a lot of unusual combos, and I thought it was a pretty good game. Brandon Bussy, 23 shot attempts, 21 saves. He made some good saves. He, I think, kind of escaped giving up goals a few times on rebounds and things where the puck was loose and he handled himself well, stayed calm, either got on top of it or, again, I love quoting Trip Tracy, if you don't know where it is, just don't move. There's
That's what you're taught.
Yeah, and he executed it very well a few times, right? Not maybe the best puck control, but once you're in that situation, I thought he did a really good job. Here's Rod Brindamore on Brandon Bussy.
We made a couple big ones, and again, obviously, any time in the game it's crucial. But when the score is tight and could go a different way, and their guy did too. I mean, to be honest, we should have made it 3-0. Blaker has that one, and then that could be different. So, we know how important goaltending is, and he was solid tonight.
He was solid tonight. We know how important goaltending is. Dennis, you know what the question is for tonight. Are we going to see Pyotr Kochetkov?
I mean, they recalled him. I mean, you don't recall him unless you don't plan on using him. I mean, he's going to dress tonight, I would imagine. It would not surprise me if he starts.
If that happens, it's going to be electric.
Oh,
it's going to turn a game that normally would be low octane, I guess, especially for the guys that are getting their chances, right? You might see Felix Unger-Sorum get his debut, right? Like, it's going to be electric for them. But from a fan's perspective, it's kind of low octane, right? You kick your feet up, right? Crank the recliner and just enjoy a relaxing game. You put Pyotr Kochetkov in there, I'm leaning forward, right? I'm focused. I'm paying attention because he brings that kind of energy to a position that doesn't traditionally bring that kind of energy. And I don't even know what the stakes are for him. Could he end up being a guy that dresses in the postseason based on how he plays tonight? I doubt it, but it's still like they wouldn't be doing it for no reason, right? They wouldn't be doing it for no chance. Maybe it's just depth and having 3 goalies, which is always better than not. But it's fascinating that he was able to go from, I don't know if he's going to be back, it's going to be a while, to all of a sudden like maybe starting the final game of the year and seeing how much they can depend on him.
I think the biggest thing that you're going to get, at least for Rob Brindamore, is like, all right, let's just see where he is in terms of like how the hip is, how his actual play is, how he's tracking the puck. Just so you know, going into the playoffs, if you need to fall back to that option, it's there. That's what it gives you.
Yep. And it's fun for us.
Oh, yeah, of course.
It turns the final game, like I said, low octane into something a little more than that. And it's, I don't know, the road trip's been going on long. It's just a weird way to end a season. But they will be ending the season as the 1 seed. So obviously, and I hate that I always have to put these qualifiers, but I do want to cover my tracks. Number one thing is do everything you can to just remain unscathed in this one. As every Canes fan rebutted when fans of other teams were complaining that the Canes weren't putting their best team out there against the Flyers, knowing that if the Flyers won, certain teams were eliminated and everything else. Canes fans just had Jesper Fost's situation ready to reference.
Oh, yeah.
Just, you think we're going to keep playing them? Remember this? And it's so true. These games, they're exciting for young players, but it really is the postseason. You're knocking on the door. Just get to that door, get through that door to the postseason as healthy as you possibly can be, because it is a long grind if you're going to go, as far as you want to go in the postseason. And that's very far for the Canes.
And I always tell those other fan bases, so the other 81 games in the season didn't factor into you not making the playoffs? Okay, sure.
I mean, I almost don't want to say that to them because that's like cruel and unusual punishment. Like, go find all those posts that cost you a win in December, and those are the ones that should be keeping you awake at night, because that's what I would be doing if you miss out of the postseason that closely. You're sitting there going like, hey, remember that missed call, or ready for this, topical for last night, when they called it a high stick instead of an elbow. Then they went back and watched it and they said, oh no, wait, that high stick didn't happen, so they just waved away the penalty and couldn't add the elbow.
I know.
Remember when that happened back in January and it cost us a win? That's the difference. It has nothing to do with the Canes putting their young guys on the ice when they've earned the right to put their young guys on the ice.
It's like, they only put their rest of their top line and still went to overtime.
Yeah. And had a good lead there as well.
Yeah.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. It is so funny, these end-of-the-season conversations. But they're fun, and that's why we have them. Before we move on, Tim Donnelly here for Maynard Service Company. I told you all about it earlier. If there were seeds for service companies, they'd be a top seed. They'd be number 1 overall. Maynard Service Company, heating, cooling, plumbing, electric. The scouting report is they can do it all. So if you have something going on with your house, right, as it gets a little warmer and then a little hotter outside, if your air conditioner isn't cooling down the house as it usually does, as quick as it usually does, or if there's a strange sound or anything going on, call Maynard Service Company. Do it right now. Do it fast. You don't want to let those things linger because they can get worse over time. So if it's your cooling system, something going on with your plumbing, your electrical system, or probably a different time of year, your heating system, you want to keep this number in mind. 919-361-0993. That's 919-361-0993. Coming up next, we have the Dean's List. And we have some pretty good options, some pretty good entries into the Dean's List today. Stick around to find out.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi friends, this is Mark Pons with Chapel Hill Tire. Spring is here and it's the perfect time to upgrade your ride. Right now at Chapel Hill Tire, get free installation when you purchase a set of Michelin, Pirelli, and Continental tires. That means expert installation from a team that takes pride in the work so you can drive with confidence all season long. With 13 locations across Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill, Carrboro, Apex, and Cary, there's always a Chapel Hill Tire close by. Schedule your appointment today at chapelhilltire.com and drive happy.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Your boy Bert Kreischer is back.
Woo! I'm back, baby!
And he's giving you permission to party. So grab a friend, because he just added a second show in Durham on April 18th.
Done, son!
Tickets at dpacnc.com.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Hey, everybody, pay attention to our social medias and everything tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Because we're going to have the 5K Slapshot Showdown going on.
Yeah, we are.
And just in case the candidates, the contestants are listening, we can't give you details about what's going to happen with an unfair advantage and those things.
Yeah.
But I can tell you, social media tomorrow, you're going to want to be watching. There's going to be some high stakes. I mean, it's the 5K Slapshot Showdown. So, 5K, $5,000 is going to be in the mix, going to be on the line. There's also playoff tickets and a few other things. And 10 contestants are going to get to try their hand. So go ahead and pay attention. 99.9 The Fan across all social medias. 99.9 The Fan on YouTube. That's where you can find us every day, but including tomorrow.
And subscribe while you're at it.
Subscribe, follow, depending on whatever social media you're on. We would greatly appreciate it. And also, start thinking, if you haven't done so already, for who's going to score the first goal for the Canes tonight against the Islanders to wrap up the season. You could have some unusual guesses today. Maybe a Nystrom, right? Maybe a what is it? A Roman
Seeley?
Seeley. Perhaps is all I'm saying. You can come up with those options at 4:33. We'll take a few callers on the first goal scorer prediction line. In the meantime, right here, right now, let's talk a little Dean's List. The Dean's List, where we give a few extra accolades, a little extra praise to those in the college sports world that we hold so near and dear here in the Triangle. Let's start with the local connections in the WNBA draft last night, shall we? First round, higher than projected by ESPN yesterday. 14th overall to Seattle. Tana Mayer from Duke goes in the first round. Right. Last couple of picks, 14th overall, headed out to the West Coast for Seattle. Cary native Tioni, I apologize for not knowing that pronunciation. Key she played at Kentucky, but she's from Cary. Second round, 22nd overall, going to the Toronto Tempo. I feel like that name should have, are they fast tempo? Or are they slow tempo?
That's a good question.
It's just tempo? Just are we 4-4? Are we double time? What are we doing? Ashlyn Jackson from Duke. Second round, 23rd overall to the Golden State Valkyries. So Duke's just going west. That's what's happening here. They're just going west. Apex native India Navar played at Carolina. Second round, 28th overall to the Atlanta Dream. And then Charlize Dunn, ready for this? Davidson product.
Let's go. Shouts to the Wildcats.
3rd round, 36th overall. She'll be a tempo. She's going up to Toronto as well. So fast tempo, slow tempo. She'll find out at practice. Shooter is what the ESPN breakdown said. I guess that's just what Davidson does. Shooters. More Dean's list here. Dennis, do you have any you'd like to add?
I actually do.
Let's hear it.
So, speaking of drafts, the Premier Lacrosse League draft is actually tonight. The PLL draft. Know who's the consensus number 1 on the big board in the PLL draft?
Nope.
That would actually, I know you wouldn't. So
I did think pretty hard there.
It actually, the number 1 on the board, Aiden McGuire, Duke.
Hey.
He's a short stick defensive midfielder. Not only is he a lockdown defender, but he can score in transition as well. This dude's built for pro lacrosse. So Aiden McGuire, don't be shocked if he's one of the top 3 picks in the draft.
Pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
Top pick in any draft is pretty cool. I don't care if it's recess. Top pick's pretty cool.
I coached the top pick.
In what draft?
The PLL draft.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Grant Ament back in 2019. I'm not going to sit here and claim player development because...
Did you impart any wisdom?
It was pretty easy when I coached him. I coached him at a club tournament up in Lake Placid, New York, just after he finished his sophomore year in high school. And it was a collection of guys that were like really some top-end guys. And let's just say we won our division quite handedly. The only wisdom I embarked on him was, just get the ball behind the net, go either side, and just look to feed. And guess what? That was it. I'm not going to claim player development, but I can claim I coached the number 1 draft pick.
Just don't put it on a graphic. People will get mad at you.
No, I know. That's why it's not on a graphic.
People will get mad at you. More Dean's list. Kenny the Jet Smith. So his son, Malloy Smith, reconfirmed that he's going to sign with North Carolina when the signing period opens up. His other son, KJ, also played at Carolina some years ago. I get like Kenny the Jet Smith is a legend at Carolina, and his sons are following it. Like whatever he did made them want to have a similar experience and get to relive all of that. So it's just cool when the dads and the sons and all that, get to wear the same jersey color and hang out and be the same alma mater and bleed the same Carolina blue. So good for Kenny and Malloy. This one came across my Twitter feed, and I don't want to make this all about this one person, but it's more of a bigger picture thing. I'll explain what I mean in a second. You remember Ryan Kelly, former Duke player?
Yeah.
4-year player. I saw the announcement from his Japan team that he is retiring. They hereby announced that Ryan Kelly, player, there's some obvious Google Translate going on here, that Ryan Kelly, player, will retire from his playing career at the conclusion of Rising Group B League, generously embodied the world-class experience he honed in the NBA, captivating Fukui, which is the name of the team, and so many of the boosters, goes on and on. He finished at Duke in 2013. It's 2026. Whether it's in the NBA or not, a decade plus, almost 15 years of professional basketball is no joke. And again, it's about Ryan because he's one of them, but I see too much, that 4-star never amounted to anything. Oh, better get ready to learn Turkish or whatever when they're better get ready to learn Chinese pro basketball. Those guys are good. They get paid significantly better than most people straight out of college. They get really cool world experiences. It is a grind over there, don't get me wrong. But when you make it 10-plus years as a pro anywhere, I just wanted to celebrate that. So Ryan Kelly makes the Dean's List, as does all of those. You might go to Duke or Carolina or State or Kentucky or Kansas with all the hype in the world. If you're playing professionally 12 years after your graduation or after you're done playing college, you're a really good hooper. So, Dean's List for you. More Dean's List. I also wanted to acknowledge the flip side of that coin. Guys like Caleb Wilson of Carolina, who show up as top recruits, do everything kind of right and with joy and with excitement and play well and have big games. And then yesterday he declared for the NBA draft. And that's a different path, right? If things go well for him, he will not end up overseas unless it's by choice after a long NBA career. But it's it's still exciting, right? It's not a given even for the top recruits when they show up on campus anywhere that, things are just going to go well and they're going to play well and they're going to be living their dreams a year later. You got to work for it, and it appears he did. Obviously, the injuries were a bummer during his season, but congratulations to him for kind of achieving that dream. And then lastly, Dennis, do you follow college hockey?
Yeah, I do. Shout out to the Pioneers, Denver.
They're getting portaled. The whole not Denver. I'm saying like the whole sport is getting portaled. There's so much movement.
Oh, I believe it.
So much movement. And it's like, UMass to Minnesota State Mankato. It's like, oh, what a gigantic power move. But Justin Poirier, who was a freshman this past year for Maine and is a draft pick of the Carolina Hurricanes, he's in the portal.
Uh-oh.
And guess what? Rumors, the Big Ten is calling. I read like one article on it. But,
okay.
But it is, I think it's cool, right? Because we know in basketball and football, the portal's like, oh, this big thing. Like when other sports, right? Like if you think it's best for you to leave, it probably shows it's not all about money when like sports like hockey that are a little bit less revenue are seeing super active portal movement. Maybe it's about situation. Granted, some Big Ten schools and a few others do pay quite a bit. It's not nearly as much as what a basketball player is getting. It should be a wake-up to college sports that it might not just be players being greedy and hunting for money if it's happening in sports where there's not a ton of revenue.
Sometimes it's just facilities.
Sometimes it's facilities.
Sometimes it's just that. Like, I just need to physically develop more. Well, this school has better facilities. I'm going to get a chance to play there. Or it's a different role. Hey, guess what? I'm going to maybe play in the top 6 as opposed to being on the 3rd or 4th line.
Or exposure or a chance to win a national championship.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch.
There's a whole bunch. So I'm just I like pointing, like there's wrestling portal news going on. There's a kid that just left Carolina. He's going to State, which seems crazy to me.
Can't wait to see that match. Let's go.
But it's like, if wrestlers are in the portal, probably doesn't have 7 figures attached to it like you hear everybody complaining about in football and basketball. Like, oh, he's just going for the money. Like every transfer is doing that. Well, not in the non-revenue sports. Why are they transferring? Is kind of my rebuttal. And hopefully Poirier lands somewhere that's going to develop him perfectly into the best prospect he can be, so the Carolina Hurricanes get a good one when he's done with his college career. Here's a question I never even thought. Do you think he consults with the Canes on where he's going?
I was literally just thinking that. Like, how much influence do the Carolina Hurricanes have in that?
Can the Canes go like, hey, we really like this coach. He plays Brandon Moore-style hockey. If you don't mind, could you jump to Michigan State? I don't know. Yeah, I'm making stuff up there.
I'm sure there are conversations regarding with these players because there's always the prospect camp that takes place in the summertime in terms of things to work on and that kind of deal, which I really like that. The fact that kids can go back to their junior clubs, go back to their college teams and so on. I wonder how much of that is influenced, like, hey, work on this over the next year, then we can look on signing your entry-level contract, those kinds of things. I really wonder how much say they have in that. Maybe we'll talk to Eric Tolsky.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask him about that.
Gosh, you want to upset a college or a college sports fandom?
Yeah.
Start going, take your best player, your best prospects off of that team and move them over here. The team's going to hate you. So we'll see. But that is, the way the world is going. That's the Dean's List. Let's go ahead and wrap it up. We got a new question, though, for the offseason to debate. That's for sure. Tim Donnelly here for Miller Lending. Excuse me. Tim Donnelly here for Maynard. Are we sure about that? All right. We're here from Maynard Service Company. Maynard Service, as I said earlier, if there were seeding for service companies, they'd be number one, the top seed. Everyone would be chasing them because when it comes to fixing your heating system, they have all the tools, all the training, all the technicians. Same with your cooling system, which is you're going to need a bunch in the upcoming months. Same with plumbing. Same with electrical, right? We want every single player on our teams to be ultra dependable. You want to be able to put them in there and no turnovers, no big mistakes, no giant snafus. That's the same thing we want out of our house, right? You want to be able to take them for granted, put them in there with all the maturity of a vet And that's what Maynard Service provides, right? You know your plumbing's going to be good, your electricity, your cooling system, your heating system. They're boring and dependable, and that's the biggest compliment I can give them. So check them out online at MaynardServices.com. That's MAYNOR Services.com. Or if you're old school and you want to talk to somebody on the phone, 919-361-0993. We'll be back with UNC's very big Weird Day coming up next.
Hello, I'm John Heister for John Heister Chevrolet in Fuquay Arena. You know, people are asking us, how are you selling so many cars all of a sudden? Well, did you know that the Beltline has opened up the outer loop? We're only 28 minutes from Knightdale. We're only 19 minutes from Clayton and 15 minutes from Apex. We're now the most convenient Chevrolet dealership to reach in the Triangle. It's just one more reason to get off your keister and come to Heister.
Now at John Heister Chevrolet, get up to more than $11,000 off a new 2025 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 High Country. See dealer for details. Together, let's drive.
Golf season is here. Time to score big savings on pre-owned, tailor-made QI35 and Titleist GT medals. Plus, upgrade your bag for less. Bring in your current clubs and take advantage of our trade-in program towards your next purchase. And all month long, every fitting is absolutely free. Just call to schedule your appointment. Visit the Global Golf Outlet Store at 7320 ACC Boulevard in North Raleigh. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6. Global Golf, home of the best deals in golf.
At Wake Orthopedics Urgent Care, we spend days, nights, and weekends in 3 convenient locations providing specialized care for kids and adults. Sprains and strains, shoulders and knees, fractures, hammies, and more. All that and all without an appointment. Walk in or limp in, either way you'll get the care you need whenever you need it. Visit us today at wakemed.org.
Hey, it's Amanda here, back again with my friend Coach Pete. Coach, I know you get this all the time. People probably stop you in the grocery store. Coach, what do I buy? What's the best stock to buy, Coach?
The good thing is when I go grocery shopping or whatever out in public, I don't talk much. They don't recognize it's me. They hear my voice and say, "You're Coach Pete."
I need to practice that. I need to do that.
So just be very careful in the financial world. A lot of financial termites, a lot of people out there trying to get your money but not help you with your money. So we've been doing a great job, I think, for 32 years, making sure to put our clients first and get you to retirement as soon as possible on your terms so that you can enjoy a lifetime that you always dreamed of. And so let's put together a total retirement plan for your listeners. The next 10 people who call, we'll do it at no cost or obligation. You even get a book set free when you come in.
Yes, and I don't know where you are in your retirement. That's why you have to meet with him so he can go over your goals based on that. 919-794-7900 or text Amanda to 600-700.
Amanda Daughtry is a paid spokesperson. Investment advisory services offered by Capital Financial Advisory Group, a North Carolina registered investment advisor.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. So yesterday, Carolina fans probably felt like they were being bombarded. Every time they thought, like, all right, I know what the roster's going to look like. No, you don't. Every time you're thinking, like, okay, Michael Malone's got something cooking here. It's like, wait, would you see this coming? Duck! Because news was just flying around. In one day yesterday, and I acknowledge that the transfer portal and everything else has made the offseason for college basketball much more of a reality television show. There's much more, there are certain prospects that I think should, they should have like a bachelorette rose ceremony. They should have like head coaches line up, and I would like to talk with Tommy Lloyd. Tommy, you're great. You made it to the Final Four. It was exciting. You got smoked by Michigan, and for that reason, I'm not giving you a rose. You can walk away now. It's that kind of crazy. I'm seeing insiders going, so-and-so player has limited their transfer portal options from the list of 9 we provided 2 days ago to 7 today. And I'm going like, this is a rose ceremony. They just eliminated 2. Tune in next week to see how the group dates go. It's that kind of chaos. So I acknowledge that it's chaotic everywhere, right? Juke Harris, the Wake Forest 21-point scorer from last year, is reportedly down to Michigan, Carolina, Tennessee, and I think State is maybe lurking. And that's going to play out to the wire, right? And it's going to be drama-filled. Even amongst a backdrop where every team has some form of drama, Carolina's day yesterday probably would have had to been like I don't know how long The Bachelorette is. Is it an hour show? Probably would have had to been like a 2.5-hour special. Would have had to be like we're clearing things out. We're going to put this after, a big sporting event so the ratings are high. It's going to be a crazy one. Avdalas committed to UNC. That is that was the kickoff. That was the right after the intro. He's a 6'9" guard, combo guard, I guess, but can handle the ball if you need him to at 6'9", from Virginia Tech. Commits to Carolina. Fits right in with what a lot of people think should be the Michael Malone blueprint, right? He's worked with Nikola Jokic. So if you're getting oversized players from Europe, that's going to play right into the thing that is maybe number one in his sales pitch. So Avdalas commits. Then to mix it up, right? You think, all right, we're building a roster. Let's go and see. Let's see what the portal's doing. They go, no, we're going to hire a coach. And they throw in Kim English, assistant coach from Providence, or assistant coach who had been the head coach at Providence, played, younger guy, brings youthful energy and a ton of college know-how to Michael Malone, who obviously is coming with not much college know-how in modern college basketball. So then you're like, all right, let's see what other new guys are coming. No, we're going to keep another guy that's been here last year, Jaron Stevenson, right? 6'10", 6'11", North Carolina native, played his first 2 years at Alabama, transfers to Carolina, new coach shows up. Is he going to stay or is he go? He decides to stay. Big news. Then there's the Dylan Mingo situation. Dylan Mingo was the highest-ranked recruit that was committed to the Hubert Davis staff of Carolina. Once the coaching change happened, he was not he did not confirm his commitment to Carolina. Now, a decommitment or Carolina parted ways with. There's probably some truth in the middle. Different outlets were reporting it different ways. Some were saying Carolina decided to part ways with Mingo. Some were saying that Mingo is reopened his commitment, right? Which is really, it's semantics, but it's a difference. I'm going to run through all the other, or not all, but some of the other news, but I want to come back to the Mingo. Derek Dixon, who had hit the portal from Carolina, committed to Arizona. That's a good enough program to make you go, did we just make a mistake letting that guy leave? And he had flashed this year, so maybe you're going to be bummed out by that one.
Very bullish on that young man.
Luka Bogovic transferred to Oklahoma State, which is unusual. I don't think many would have guessed that, but he ended up there. Utah transferred Terrence Brown, was on his UNC official visit while all of this was breaking yesterday. His visit reportedly lasted into this morning. Caleb Wilson declared for the draft. There was a ton of news. Do you know what could be the most exciting piece of news that is super low-key out of all of that? Like the Avdalas commitment is good. Jaron Stevenson coming back is exciting. I really like the Kim English hire for the coaching staff. What about the Mingo decommitment? Because Mingo is, depending where you look, he's roughly a top 10 commit in the country, meaning top 10 prospect coming out of high school in the country. Do you know what that means? That means you probably had to promise him a pretty penny. Right? The commitment that he made to the Hubert Davis staff at Carolina probably wasn't yeah, we'll figure out the money later. Right? It probably was, here's our offer of rev share and NIL, and they agreed on that number. We know, without knowing an exact amount, that Luka Bogovic and Kyan Evans were both paid a good amount of money in the 7-figure range for Carolina last year.
I've heard roughly $2 million each.
So think about that. If Dylan Mingo is 3, if each of those are 2, you just cleared $7 million by those guys hitting the portal and Mingo parting ways with or decommitting. $7 million is, and you look at your roster, and yeah, there's things you need to do, but I guarantee you that wasn't all of the players you expected to have on the roster this year. So you had money to go spend on others. $7 million opening up from 2 guys that probably didn't live up to that quote-unquote contract last year and a freshman who knows, right? Like the valuations are different. That's a lot of money to go big game hunting if you're Michael Malone.
And Caleb Wilson reportedly made around $4 million.
That's a lot of money. So now you're looking at double-digit millions freed up kind of like within the last 48 hours.
That allows you to keep Henry Vasar.
It allows you to keep Henry Vasar. Maybe allows you to go, hey, Juke Harris, that number that we couldn't get to,
we got you.
We can get to it. Or you asked for another $500K, we got another $250. Is that close enough? Will you meet us in the middle? Whatever it is, right? Whatever those the snags have been in negotiations, or maybe there's a bigger name out there that we're unaware of, that you want to go drop your stack of coins on the table and say, here you go, welcome to the Tar Heel family. The money element, right? Because everyone was talking when Michael Malone took the job. Everybody was talking about how he doesn't know how to recruit, right? Oh, he's never recruited. Oh, you can't just draft guys. It's not just evaluation, right? You gotta recruit. You gotta convince him. You gotta recruit. There's a flip side to that coin. You know what the flip side to that coin is? You can get all top 5 prospects, right? When you're in the NBA, if you don't have the top 5 picks, you can't get the top 5 players. There's no NBA team that ever put together like the number 1 recruiting class. You know what I mean? Where they're like, we got the number 1 point guard, the number 1 small forward, and the number 3 center. Like that doesn't happen unless you trade away unless you go full OKC Thunder and trade away all your players and wait 5 years for the picks to mature. Like it doesn't happen. Michael Malone could say, wait a second. I can just take all of our money and go get as many of the good players as I want. It's been a while since he's been able to do that. Right? Because when you have Nikola Jokic on your roster, you're pretty good, which means you're usually picking late, and a lot of times you trade away those picks. So it's not all bad that, he's been dealing with the NBA draft to acquire players, because now he's got $11 million, roughly. That just kind of got freed up, although I think they were planning on the Caleb Wilson freeing up happening. But they just got that money, plus whatever additional money's been pledged, plus whatever they they plan to spend to make their roster better, regardless of a new coach. And they didn't have to give him a buyout. So they likely had some form of money saved up because, they were talking to Tommy Lloyd and whoever else. That money could make some waves. Now you got to go spend it right, but it could make some waves. So amongst the chaos yesterday, one thing that might be going under the radar is they saved a bunch of money. Right? When professional sports teams have some legend retire and they're like, oh, that's interesting. We were going to let him age gracefully, but if he wants to retire, we'll take that cash and spend it on someone else. Like when players leave, it opens up some money. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Speaking of opening up some money, if you're looking to buy a house, get a mortgage, Miller Lending might have some money that you've been saving up that you get to keep. Let me explain. Tim Donnelly here for Miller Lending. If you've bought a house or you're planning on buying a house, you have to save up for certain parts, right? Down payment, you need to do the math on how much of a monthly payment you can afford, the taxes, the insurance, everything. And then you go, and we need to budget some for closing costs. We need to have that big check at closing for closing costs and fees. Well, Miller Lending goes, cool, plan for that and then just keep it. No closing cost loan. No cost loan is something Miller Lending offers. No cost loan. Get your mortgage, budget everything out, keep those closing costs in your pocket. Keep them in your bank. Maybe that'll help you if rates are a little higher than you want. Cover the monthly payments for a little bit, right? Keep it in your pocket. If you have questions, how? Why? What would that do for me? It's a great question. You should call Miller Lending and ask. The number, 919-447-3377. Locally owned, by the way. You call, you're talking to somebody in the Triangle who understands the market, understands what you're dealing with. 919-447-3377, or you can visit them online at millerlending.com. That's millerlending.com. Miller Lending is an equal housing lender, and MLS number 250-2146. We'll take a break. When we come back. Football at 4. What position are we looking at for this year's Panthers draft? Find out next.
Is your heating and air system ready for the warmer weather? Call Newcomb & Company to ensure your system is running at peak performance. As a Comfort Contract customer, you'll get priority service and a 15% discount on all HVAC and plumbing service calls and repairs. Newcomb & Company, your Carrier Factory Authorized dealer, has proudly served our community for more than 70 years, delivering reliable comfort and peace of mind. Call 919-862-3000 or visit newcombandcompany.com. Newcomb & Company, your comfort is our business.
At quarterback, calling the right play could change the whole game. And when your car breaks down, same idea. Make the right call before the big repair bill hits. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, and rental car options, all to keep your drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, but choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Credit card interest rates are now over 29%, and most people are only making the minimum payment, so they're getting nowhere. Hey, it's Dennis Cox for Loan Pronto. But here's what many homeowners don't realize. Using the equity in your home, you can easily access hundreds of thousands in cash. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, or get money for that home improvement project. One client just got $100,000 approved and saved over $1,500 a month. And here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone with zero out-of-pocket, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long drawn-out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Rates are at near 3-year lows. Act now. Go to loanpronto.com. See how much you can get in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call 919-381-1760 or visit loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Workers' comp can be tricky, but my law firm will be on top of all the complicated paperwork and sneaky deadlines so that all of your I's are dotted and T's are crossed. If you've been hurt on the job, I'm on top of it. Contact us at ritchielaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Studio. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
I'm WRAL meteorologist Elizabeth Gardner. It's warm out there, but our humidity remains low for the next several days, even with high temperatures near records. 88 this afternoon, a mild night tonight at 62, and tomorrow's high 91, highs stay in the 90s all the way through Saturday, and it stays dry.
4 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones up 317 points at the closing bell, closing at 48,535.
Let's move the chains. Time for football at 4.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. It is time for football at 4. We are, by the way, 9 days from the draft. The NFL draft. One of the best days of the year. The NFL draft. We get to find out if we're right, wrong. What do we think? Who do we like? How right or wrong are we? So, each day leading up to the draft, we're looking at one position, and we're judging if the Panthers should be in that market, if they are our predictions on if they're going to take a player at that position in the draft, where they might take that position in the draft, and we're going to go from there. There's quite a bit of speculation. And today, the big guys on the defensive side, we're looking interior defensive line. Think, Derek Brown and the Funky Bunch is kind of how you can call the interior of the defensive line. You have your headliner. How necessary is it that you add running mates and rotational guys and depth up front at that particular position? Also, earlier today, Dan Morgan spoke to the media, kind of a table setting or an opening statement for the draft in the 2 weeks that'll take place. Dan Morgan spoke about, and this is part of everything, every conversation we have, every position that we talk about has to be framed in they're not picking in the top 10. It is a different beast when you're picking in the back half of the first round. You have to be more reactive. You have to be quite frankly, in a different mindset. So here's Dan Morgan on picking in the back half of the first round compared to the top 10 like they did the year before.
I think it's a little different picking, on the back half of the first round. But it's really no different in terms of the process. I mean, we're going to be ready for any and all scenarios that present themselves. You don't know what guy's going to fall. A lot of things can happen unexpected. So we just got to be ready for any and all scenarios, and that's what we've been doing in the draft room every single day, is just planning for that and getting ready.
I do think there's just a significant more amount of unknown. Just adding 11 picks, right? 8 last year to 19 this year. It's just more chaos. Especially, and even last year, I believe that the top of the draft was more known, right? Maybe 3 or 4 picks you were almost guaranteed weren't going to be there at 8. So now you're looking, the unknowns were like 4 picks. That's it. This year, pretty confident Mendoza's going 1. I'm pretty confident like 3 or 4 others are going to be going in the top 8 picks. Other than that, I mean, you're looking at 10, 12, 14 complete unknowns in front of them. Okay, so let's set the table that way, just as Dan Morgan just did, and now hone in on the position that we are focused in on today, which would be that interior defensive line, defensive tackle, nose tackle group. And obviously they moved on from A'Shawn Robinson, and there's a replacement that likely needs to happen there. So here's Dan Morgan on having moved on from A'Shawn Robinson this offseason and the defensive tackle class that they're evaluating.
A'Shawn, great dude, great leader. We'll definitely miss him around here. It's definitely just part of the business. But, in terms of the defensive tackle class, I feel pretty good about it. I think it's a little top-heavy. But I do think there's guys that we like, that we've kind of pinpointed that we like. So I think if the opportunity arises, we would definitely add competition and depth there, just like every other position.
Top-heavy is what I find interesting there. You don't wait on top-heavy, right? You don't think, well, there'll be another one we can get in the mid-rounds in top-heavy. Now, here's another thing that we need to acknowledge wholeheartedly. You know what season we're in? Smoke screen season.
Yep.
We mind meld there. We are in smoke screen season. If you really think that there are a few defensive tackles that they like and they think there's a steep drop-off, do you think there is a snowball's chance in the hot place that he would just be up there at the podium going like, yeah, it's top-heavy. We like defensive tackles. We're definitely going to take one. I don't think he'd be doing that song and dance. I just don't. So what I'll say is, I think there are some defensive tackles they like. I don't think he'd be tipping his hand that aggressively for first round if that is their actual plan. That's the way I'll go. So looking at, should they draft a defensive tackle? I think we put a percentage on it yesterday. I think it's very likely they draft an offensive lineman. For an interior defensive lineman, I'll put it at like 60%. I think they do, but I don't think they force it, right? I think they have some guys, and also the luxury of Derek Brown is when he's healthy, he doesn't come off the field. He plays a super high percentage of snaps for someone at that position, someone of his size. So I don't think it's like a 90% chance they take one. I think they'll be opportunistic and they're willing to take one, but I don't think it's a force. And I don't expect it to be a first rounder. Now, obviously, if something crazy happens and somebody they have as like a top 5 pick falls, then yeah, they'll pounce on that. But I'd be surprised if it's a first rounder. I'd probably be surprised if it's a second rounder. Anything third on, I think you can find value there, and that's where I would look for them for interior defensive line. But going back to our original point, right? 19, there's going to be some chaos. You got to be prepared for anything. So, nothing is going to be 100%. I'll give you that much. We're going to talk about every position between now and the draft. There will be 100% on anything because there's too much chaos when you're picking as late as they are.
What's your percentage that they drafted interior defensive linemen?
I put it like 60.
60? I think that's fair.
60 with the expectation that I think in a lot of ways they could benefit from it, but they're not going to force it, right? If they hit like the 4th round and haven't drafted an offensive lineman, I think they might force it. They might go like, well, we got a pick 20 picks, grade 20 picks later than we're picking on this guy, but we need a youth infusion into our offensive line. So, let's take our best swing at it and go. I don't think they do that for a defensive tackle.
I know they drafted Cam Jackson last year. Obviously, they signed Bobby Brown and Tershawn Wharton last year as well. They obviously have Derek Brown as well. They have LeBron Ray, a guy coming back. Again, they drafted Cam Jackson. There's another rookie, Jared Harrison Hunt, who was on their practice squad, but some other teams apparently were lurking around, possibly looking to sign him off the Panthers practice squad. So they called him up. They brought him up to the main roster, even though he was unhealthy and active. So basically, it was like a redshirt season for him because they like his upside and his potential. So I would say for me, it's a 50-50 coin flip if they draft a D-tackle. I don't think it's a big need for them.
I don't think it's the biggest need unless you can get at someone that you like project as a future starter.
Yes,
right?
Like if there's a stud that falls to you, it's like
Or even like, Nick Scorton was drafted at like 20 years old last year. He was super young. If there's somebody you project down the road as a potential starter, I think you go for that, right? And if there's somebody who you're like, this is a great depth piece right now, they've got a lot of depth pieces. Right? They've it's not like you're going to have a hard time filling the roster with interior defensive linemen. Interior defensive line, and let's talk theory real quickly here, just because we're talking about this position. There are certain positions that are a premium no matter what, right? They are, corner. They are quarterback, obviously, left tackle. Because if you're not elite at those, or if you're not a super solid starter, you're just a massive liability and you can cost teams games. Interior defensive line is an interesting one because the top guys, the Dexter Lawrences, like the super duper studs, are super valuable. And they get paid as if they are, right? They get a ton of money. They're valued by their team. They're difference makers. But I almost think about it like this. You ready for this analogy, Dennis? Interior defensive linemen are like pizza. When you have a really good pizza, when you have like a whatever your favorite is, right? If you're a Brooklyn pizza, you go to your favorite spot, you make a pilgrimage, you get your best pizza. It's otherworldly. It's so much better than most pizza. But if you're in a rush and you need to grab a cheap slice from like a place that you're not super excited about, still pizza, right? Still, like, a good pizza, I'm eat like 5 slices. A bad pizza, I'm probably going to still crush 2. That's kind of how I look at interior defensive line. There's a lot of guys that can go out there and eat some plays for you, right? They can do a decent job stopping the run, probably give you not much in the pass rush, but they can be out there doing a job, right? Filling a gap. So if you're not going to try to make a move to get a Derek Brown, to get a Dexter Lawrence, to get somebody who has all-pro potential, I think there's a lot of ways you can just go find a slice. You know what I mean? You can just go draft somebody late, find somebody off someone else's practice squad, find a vet and then on the free agent bargain bin and sign them for a 3-year deal, 1 year guaranteed. Like there's a lot of ways to make that happen. So you're never forced to draft an interior defensive lineman. But sometimes you're tempted to draft an interior defensive lineman if you think there's a chance they turn into one of those guys. It's the reason why you experiment with no new pizza places, because it might be one of those really, really good ones. Or you could go to something else, and I'm not naming them specifically. You can go to something that, you might be able to find everywhere that's a little bit cheaper, and you just grab it, and you're hungry, and you go, and you have a couple slices, you're good. You're not going to tell your friends about it, but it's good enough. Nourishment. That's how I look at it for the Panthers. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. That's a little football ad for you. Before we move on, Tim Donnelly here for Bailey's Fine Jewelry. I have a chronograph on my wrist right now, which means if anybody needs to go out there and race, I can keep time. You're darn right. And some of you might go, well, why in the heck would you need to have that? Some of you are going, that engineering is awesome. That movement, that innovation is cool. I want that on my wrist. Well, then you should go to Bailey's Fine Jewelry, grab a chronograph. Tell them you want a chronograph, and then tell them your price range. Tell them what you're into. Tell them the color dial you want. Tell them whether you want a leather strap or a rubber strap or the bracelet. There's a billion different options. And for those of you that said, well, I don't need to be able to time race cars or sailing races or anything. Okay, cool. What do you do? Are you super sporty? Let's get you into a dive watch, something that can withstand the grab-and-go nature of your life. Are you into dressing up? You like to look fancy. Let's get you into a dress watch. Are you into making a little bit of a statement, letting everybody know you're the BMOC, the big man on campus? Let's get you into a pre-owned or vintage Rolex. There's Omega. Are you into all this stuff going on with the moon and astronauts? Everybody's really excited about it. Let's get you into the exact model that they were wearing as they went on that recent trip up into space. That's an Omega. It's all at Bailey's Fine Jewelry. They can give you all of the details. Just stop by at their Village District location in Raleigh and let them know you heard about it from me, Tim, right here on 99.9 The Fan. That's Bailey's Fine Jewelry. We'll take a break. When we come back, we have first goal scorer predictions and one of our favorite games, Cop or Drop. So start thinking about who scores the first goal for the Canes tonight in their regular season finale if you haven't already, and we'll talk to you in a minute or two.
Move your sports day forward.
You want a jump start to your program like no other? Hire one of your own. It's exactly what NC State did, and they erased one big hurdle the new coach was going to have, which was earning trust. Justin Gainey's the guy now. Do his expectations of success align with those who were sitting in that room when he said he was at home?
Get set up. Join Next Up with Paul Ihander. Mornings at 9 on 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
Warmer weather is here, which means truck time. Take advantage of Declaration of Deals right now at John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lillington and get geared up for a great summer. Drive home a brand new 2026 Ram 1500 for 20% off. Plus get 2.9% financing for 72 months. America's best-selling truck comes with a terrific powertrain limited warranty. 10 years or 100,000 miles. Excludes RHO and tungsten. See dealer for details. So get off your keister and get to John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lillington today.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it a meal and save. Your favorite is now your wallet's favorite too. Extra value meals are back.
Now for just $5, get a sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, hash browns, and small premium roast coffee. Price and participation may vary, cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Tomorrow, everybody, pay attention to our social media. early afternoon, we will have our 5K Slapshot Showdown and the coverage and the breakdowns and the recaps and the notifications of who won what and where. That's tomorrow. 5K Slapshot Showdown. Looking forward to it. Here's how it's going to go, everybody, right now. We have a little bit of time here. At 4:33, about 15 minutes, we are going to take first goal scorer predictions. So if you haven't already made your mind up on who is going to score the first goal of the game for the Carolina Hurricanes tonight against the Islanders, then you need to start thinking about it and come to a conclusion. My piece of advice would be to think long and hard about who you even think is going to be in the lineup, because I haven't seen any kind of indicators on who's going to be playing, but they've called up a bunch of AHL guys. There's nothing concretely on the line as far as stakes go for the Canes, so there's no real reason for them to use up all of their ammunition or tire anybody out. So just consider that as you are thinking about your first goal scorer predictions. And also, there was at least one yesterday who got it right, correct?
That's right, Nick out in Durham.
Nick in Durham.
Shout out Bradley Nadeau. Yeah, Nick in Durham.
Called the youngster call up in the AHL on the first goal scorer. You also should give a hat tip to Ehlers for setting that one up for you. So congratulations. That's David, you said?
No, Nick.
Oh, gosh, I was about to say
In
David's
Durham.
are on a heater. Nick in Durham. That's the anyway.
I guess them too.
Yeah, Nick in Durham also did well. Congratulations, Nick, though, and Adam Gold as well, as far as the 99.9 The Fan personalities called Nadeau. With that being said, in the meantime, right, like I said, we got 15 minutes until first goal score predictions. In the meantime, it is time for Copper Drop.
You want true enlightenment? Well, I'm dropping.
All right, Dennis, what are we copping or dropping?
All right, so we learned yesterday that Dylan Mingo, the prize top recruit for UNC basketball, I guess there's a parting of ways, or he's going to reopen his recruitment. Copper drop, he still ends up at Carolina. Copper drop.
I'm dropping.
Okay.
Dylan Mingo? Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm dropping. It's when it happens this publicly and there's different stories being fed to different reporters, and it's who said what, he said, she said. I think it's difficult for that relationship to be amended, and also there's just too many other options, right? There's so many players available. There's so many schools that would be interested in a prospect like Dylan Mingo that, there's no real motivation for them to go mend those bridges. I'll also give you this, and it's Evan Mia, who is, I believe it's Evan Miyakawa, has become a real kind of authority on analytics in college basketball. He put together a long article on the NIL markets. So this is basically what he's done. He's managed to track how much players are going for based on helping with teams that are looking for a market on how much a player should be worth. So he has provided them with information and analytics on that, and they've, in turn, let him know how much guys are being paid and kind of what the values are. So he's put together some kind of analytic equation that tells you what a player is worth just statistically. And he's come up with, I don't know, here's the best way I can describe it. He's figured out which positions are getting overpaid. Okay? Now, the market is what the market is, so overpaid is obviously relative. But his equation tells you, based on the statistics they produce, that players are worth X amount of dollars. So on average, he has the current market demand for a $1 million player. So his equation says they're worth $1 million. Centers who are at that value get $1.3 million on average. Small forwards, $1.2 million on average. Power forwards get right about $1 million. If they're worth $1 million, they get $1 million. Statistically worth $1 million, they get $1 million. Shooting guard, $900K. Point guard, $800K. So, there are a lot of point guards out there that Could probably take that money we're going to spend on Dylan Mingo, and they'd be very, very excited to take that because they're not getting the same market as some other positions. Size is the thing that is getting the most money on the open market right now based on the production that they've had. So taking money away from guards and giving it to posts might be exactly what you have to do to put together the best roster.
All right, so dropping Mingo, actually going to UNC.
Correct.
All right, Copper drop. Wake Forest transfer Juke Harris winds up at a school in the Triangle. Cop or drop?
I'm copping. And more I'm thinking Carolina. Michigan is also in the running.
I did see that.
They obviously have deep pockets, but they have prioritized some other guys already. And everybody on their roster, I'm sure, is looking for a little boost because they just won a national championship. Carolina just freed up a lot of money, and I like having receipts on this sort of thing. I've said all year that I thought Juke Harris was really, really good. Watching him at Wake Forest, I was going like, this guy he's being overlooked because Wake Forest isn't winning the games, but he's played really, really well. He was the most improved player in the ACC this year, and I really don't know if he improved that much as he was given more opportunity. Right, a bunch of veterans moved on, and that usage fell on his plate. I think he'd be a really good get for Carolina, and I think they're going to spend enough to go get him. Him being the scorer next to like Avdalas and a few others could really end up benefiting them. So yeah, I think he ends up in the Triangle. Higher percentage to Carolina, next highest percentage to State.
Okay. Cop or drop? Michael Malone, new head coach of UNC men's basketball, brings in at least 2 international players for this upcoming season. Cop or drop?
Are we counting Avdalas?
Is he technically considered international?
He's a transfer from Virginia Tech, but I believe like his nationality.
Okay, not him. I meant like guys directly that, let's say, Cop or drop that he brings in 2 guys that are international currently overseas. Not guys that are already in college that are international.
Yeah. From an entertainment standpoint and just having the most exciting in the Triangle, his nickname online for his highlight films is Slim Jesus. It's Mika Murinen or Micah Murinen. I apologize on the pronunciation, but I watched like 15 minutes of his highlight films. He was on the world team in the Nike Hoop Summit against Team USA. He's a beast. And his mother played at Carolina from like 2000, 2003, 2001, 2003, something like that. I believe he has to decide by tomorrow if he is going to be in this year's college class or else he would fall into the next year's college class. He's tall. He's athletic. He dunks on everybody. And apparently Carolina's in the mix. So I'm going to say yes to him just because I want that to be in existence. I think it'd be really fun. He's playing in Serbia now, but I believe he is Finnish. And I think all 3 teams in the Triangle have offered him, so
which makes sense.
He's not like a hidden prospect. Like everybody's aware of him. And then I'll say he gets one more just because when you start, you see this happen. When you I think it happened at Illinois. When you just start to put together a lot of international prospects, I think other international prospects tend to gravitate towards you. So if you got Avdalas, if you got Murinen, if you got a couple more, suddenly it's just like, yeah, let's go get that guy who's played in the Euro League for 3 years and is a big guard or a shooter. So I'll say at least 2, maybe more.
Okay, let's actually shift our focus to the ice. Carolina Hurricanes back in action tonight. Game number 82 of the regular season in a game that is meaningless for both sides. I guess they take on the New York Islanders. But cop or drop, we see both Nikolai Ehlers and Sean Walker play in their 82nd game tonight. Cop or drop?
I think for darn sure you see Sean Walker. I think he's going for 82, and I think that's an accomplishment that it's justifiable to say, like, Coach, can I play? I want to go for 82. I think that's cool.
You did it last year.
Especially if you start stringing them together, right? And then eventually, maybe 8 years from now, you're going in for 24 seconds to keep the streak alive. Brent Burns. I'm curious about Ehlers because Ehlers could go for 82, and I'm not sure has Ehlers done that in his career?
He has a couple times.
Okay, so it's not like a huge novelty for him. I don't know if he was going for 82 or if he was, because he hasn't sat out recently. He hasn't sat out at all. I don't know if he was like gunning for 82 games or if he may have been gunning for 70 points, right? So he accomplished 70 points last game. If that's what he was like, no, I want to keep playing. No, I don't want to sit. No, I want to. If it was that for 70 points, I think we could see him rest. If he were gunning for 82, obviously he's going to play. So I'll say Sean Walker. Do I have to cop or drop both, or can I do it individually?
I do it individual.
I'll cop Sean Walker. I think Ehlers will get the rest. He's also really important to a postseason run, and I would like him to be as fresh as he can be. Congratulations on 70 points. Now go over there and sit down.
Yeah, you had a career high, buddy. just go sit down, like you said. All right, cop or drop. Jordan Stahl wins the Selke for best defensive forward in the NHL. Cop or drop?
This is a prediction, not a should. I'm dropping. For whatever reason, I just don't see him getting the love that so many of the others do. Maybe it's taken for granted. Maybe it's because the Carolina system. I don't know.
They'll probably go to Nick Suzuki.
But and by the way, like Nick Suzuki's not undeserving.
He's a tremendous player.
It's just I mean, he's got 20 goals. We're talking Stahl now. 20 goals. He's second in the entire NHL in faceoffs won. He draws some pretty difficult matchups. He's out there on power play now. He's obviously, special teams doing a little bit of everything. So I think there's, as most of these awards are, sometimes it's super obvious. Most of the time there's multiple that could be described as deserving. I think he's definitely one of the could be described as deserving candidates. I don't even know if he'll be a finalist, but yeah, I don't think so. I'm not predicting he's going to do it, but I think he could be in the mix.
I think he should win. Cop or drop? Carolina Hurricanes win their first round playoff matchup, either against the Ottawa Senators or Boston Bruins. We still do not know. But cop or drop, they win their first series in 5. Cop or drop?
In 5?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm copping. Exactly 5 or 5 or less?
We'll go 5 or less.
Yeah,
we'll
I'm
keep
copping.
a sweep in there.
I'm copping. I'm really liking their chances this year, right? At the risk of it all, I really am liking their chances. So, yeah, I think they win. I think they're the significantly better team than either of those teams. I think they're set up well. I think they're playing well. I think they're resting well. I think it's really nice that you can rest guys and the team still looks super solid, if not really darn good, while they're out. So, yeah, I think they win it handily. Sidebar question, cop or drop.
Okay.
Who would you rather have, Ottawa or Boston?
Part of me, I actually probably would go with Boston. I'd probably much rather play Boston.
I'd probably agree with that.
I think Ottawa could actually provide some fits, in all honesty. Like, Ottawa's not going to be an easy out for whomever they play.
I'm with you.
I just don't think, like, we know Brady Tkachuk can be a jerk because he's just like his brother.
Yep.
Not sure he can read, but he's a jerk on the ice, and he's good. But, I mean, he's a darn good player. No denying that. So, obviously, there's the element of that brings to it. Tim Stützle can really score.
Yep.
I mean, Linus Ullmark.
He's same draft class as Jarvis, right?
Stützle, I think so.
Because I feel like I see his name anytime they bring up like the Jarvis of his draft class stats. He's always up there in the mix as well. So it's like, yeah, all right. If you're on a similar pace, you're playing pretty well.
And they play pretty similar to Carolina, so it's almost like you're kind of staring in the mirror at yourself. Question is, does it come down to goaltending? I would actually much rather play Boston. I just don't think Boston as a whole can skate with Carolina. They're a big, heavy roster, but they can't. But so was Washington last year, and Washington couldn't skate with them in this series. I'd much rather play Boston, personally. All right, next one up here. Cop.
Last one, because then we have to get the first goal scorers.
Cop or drop. Charlotte Hornets win tonight.
Copping. They're especially since their turnaround, they're like significantly better than the Heat.
Cop or drop. They make it out of the play-in into the playoffs. They got to win tonight, and they got to win another one.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm trying to imagine the bracket in my head on who is on the other side. Sixers, right?
It's the loser of the 7-8 matchup.
Well, hold on. I think
it's like Sixers and Magic.
Is it the Magic? That's it. Yeah, Magic at Sixers. I mean, you're gonna make me.
Well, your Sixers are gonna beat the Magic, of course.
Of course, you're gonna make me. Sixers are gonna win.
Okay.
Sixers are gonna win. Tyrese Maxey is gonna go bananas. Missing Embiid though. That's not great. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9. The Fan. Hey, we had a playoff run with him a couple years ago. I remember it not that fondly because it didn't end up the way you wanted it to. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. That's Copper Drop. As always, a good time. If you agree, disagree with any of those coppings or droppings, go ahead and put it on our YouTube live stream comments, 99.9 The Fan. Subscribe while you're there. And while you're there, you can throw your first goal scorer predictions in because that's what time it is. First goal scorer predictions. Who scores the first goal for the Carolina Hurricanes tonight? And in what period do they score it? Call in now, 919-860-5326. 919-860-5326. Who scores the first goal, and in what period do they score it? While that's going on, I can give you the predictions of everyone here at 99.9 The Fan. Adam Gold is running it back. He got it right with Bradley Nadeau yesterday. He's going again, Bradley Nadeau in the first today. Paul is going with not only a debut, Paul Ihander next up with Paul Ihander, weekday mornings 9 to 10 here on 99.9. Not only going with a call-up from the AHL, he thinks Felix Unger-Sorum debut in the NHL, debut goal. Snipe from the shooting side, Felix Unger-Sorum in the first. Max Gorin, the producer of Next Up with Paul Ihander, Ehlers in the first on the power play, so he thinks he's playing in all 82. Victoria is waffling. Victoria, I'm just going to call you out if you're listening. You're waffling. She has not given me a pick yet. She stopped by a few times to say she's still thinking, and she's going to let me know before the opening puck drop, but I don't have anything to report on Victoria. Let's go to the call-in line. We'll start with Matthew in Durham. Matthew, welcome to the show. Give us your first goal scorer prediction.
Is Jackson Blake in the first.
Blake in the first. All right. Any other details you'd like to add just for bragging rights?
Breakaway towards the middle/end of the period.
All right. Breakaway, middle/end. Thank you very much, Matthew. You are locked in. Good luck to you. Think Blake plays tonight?
No. No, I don't.
The
pick is in.
Pick is in. It's locked in. Let's roll to Thomas and Raleigh. Thomas and Raleigh, you are up next. Who scores the first goal for the Canes and in what period?
He might not play also, but I'm going Taylor Hall in the first.
All right. You know what? That line is buzzing so much, even if they don't play, they might score a couple. Thomas, you are locked in with Taylor Hall in the first. We appreciate it. Brandon in Durham, next up on the Heister Automotive Group hotline. Brandon, who scores the first goal for the Canes and in what period?
I'm going to go Skylar Brindamore in the second.
There you go. I like how you emphasized Skylar as if I might have thought you meant Rod.
I think he scored in the last game of the year last year, so we're going to keep that streak going.
All right. Brandon in Durham, you are locked in with Skylar Brindamore in the second. Thank you for calling in. Good luck. And we'll round things out with Isaiah in Wake Forest. Isaiah, our final caller. Who scores the first goal for the Canes and in what period?
I'm going with Jesperi Kotkaniemi in the second period.
Second period. That's the second straight second period we've gotten. Why are they starting slow?
I just feel like since this is a more or less meaningless game, they're going to come out with a little less buzz than usual, and it's going to take them a little while to heat up.
All right. Isaiah, you're locked in with Jesperi Kotkaniemi in the second. Thank you very much for calling in. Can we talk? We haven't talked to Kotkaniemi yet, right? Mm-hmm. He's been drawn in a little bit. He had one of the moments that makes him really frustrating to me last night. I don't even remember. It was a strange memory I had this morning when we were talking about the game. I don't know what part of the game it was. I don't know what the context was, but there was a kind of a loose puck and there was some decent amount of ice, and he burst to go get it. And I was like, whoa, that's a big dude moving. Who was that? Right? Kind of peripheral vision. And I was like, it's Jesperi Kotkaniemi. And then he didn't, he was starting from a position where, the Flyer had better angle on it, whatever. So the Flyer got there first, and he just, very little effort, put the dude into the boards and just threw his weight around. And, in the scheme of things, it wasn't a huge play in the game, right? It like I said, I barely remember like when it happened or what the context was. But I went like, do that like 12 times a game and you're worth $5 million, which is what you're being paid. You're being paid 4.8. Like, it was right there. It's still there. But, he'd been playing a couple games, and it was kind of the first moment I had that epiphany. But I was watching it going like, it's still in there somewhere. And then it'll disappear for, periods, if not games at a time, which is the frustrating part. But it was just this burst. It was in my peripheral, and I was like, whoa, who was that? And it was Kotkaniemi, and then he just kind of effortlessly put the dude into the boards, threw his weight around, and I was like, there it is. But, it's like just a fleeting flash of talent and size and all that, and then he's back to just kind of blending in for the rest of the game.
And you see some bad puck turnovers and things like that as well.
Yeah. It's for the rest of the game, the moments you remember are not things you want to remember, right? He's either kind of blending in or, mishandling pucks and passes that are just, 2 feet too far and everything else. Dennis, we don't have a first goal scorer prediction for you. After that, are you going to go Kotkaniemi?
No, I'm going to go with the guy making his NHL debut tonight. Give me Felix Unger-Sorum in the second period as well.
Same thing. You just think that they start slow?
I think a little bit of a slow start. That's fine.
All right. For those of you that are keeping track,
a sleepy start.
Well, Unger-Sorum shouldn't. He should be hair on fire. Go, go, go. By the way, his production in the AHL boosted a ton this year.
Yep.
I think I saw last year was something like 20 points in 63 games. This year it was 63 points in 69 games.
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge boost in efficiency and production. So hopefully that translates. And he's somebody that looked to the part even a couple years ago. He's looked to the part of a pretty good prospect for a while. The production kind of adding up to it this year.
Drafted same class as Bradley Nadeau, is even younger than Bradley Nadeau.
I think it was 2 preseasons ago. He was getting some positive buzz in preseason, and it was one of those situations where with the helmet on, wow, really good prospect. Helmet off, oh, he's 16 years old.
Yeah,
and I think he was 18 or 19, literally.
Yeah, during his first training camp, he just turned 18 during that training camp.
He had a baby face, and he's grown up a bit. So I hope he has a really good debut. I'm a little bummed with this. I wrote it down, so I'm not going to change it. I wrote it in ink. I went Nadeau in the first. In our 99.9 The Fan kind of competition amongst personalities, Adam Gold is leading with 4 on the year. He has Nadeau, so I can't make up any ground on him, but I guess I could make up ground on everybody else if Nadeau goes in the first. Nadeau in the first is my prediction, and that's with the assumption Aho doesn't play. If he does, he'll be my pick because he's going to be my pick until it gets me a point.
Our picks online include Unger-Sorum, Nikishin, Bradley Nadeau, and a Skylar Brindamore.
Skylar Brindamore, I think that's not bad because in these games, you do kind of have to look for who's going to be like all out, right? Who's going to be trying to save themselves and who's going to be like, this is a chance. Skylar Brindamore is definitely this is a chance player. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. If you want to keep those coming, 99.9 The Fan on YouTube, live stream comments. You can send it to us on Twitter, at Donnelly Sports for me, at The Fan Rookie for Dennis. Before we move on, we have a feedback frenzy coming up. Here's Dennis Cox.
Hey, folks, Dennis Cox here real quick for my friends over at Law Tigers. This is something I've said before. I want to make sure I reemphasize it for people, not just motorcycle riders, but even just drivers in general. In the state of North Carolina, depending on where you are, you're 1 out of every 8 or 1 out of every 9 drivers that are out there on the road are either underinsured or uninsured. So if you get in an accident, with someone that is underinsured or uninsured and they're at fault, well, their policy can't cover you if you got to go to the hospital. That's when your policy has to kick in. So make sure your insurance is up to date. Contact your insurance company just to make sure that you have the maximum coverage that you can have in case you're involved in an accident with somebody that is an underinsured or uninsured motorist, especially as a motorcycle rider. Always make sure that you are protected. And if you are in a motorcycle accident, seek help. Seek medical attention right away if you're injured in a motorcycle accident, and contact Law Tigers at 1-800-LAW-TIGERS before you even get in touch with the insurance company. Case evaluations with Law Tigers are always free, and you don't pay a dime until your case settles. And Law Tigers attorneys, they understand what your bike is worth, they understand what your gear is worth, but also they understand the dangers of the road because they're part of the motorcycle riding community, and they are there to fight for you. So 1-800-LAW-TIGERS is the number to call, or visit lawtigers.com. Law Tigers is a network of independent law firms who are members of the American Association of Motorcycle Injury Lawyers. Law Tigers is not a law firm.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. When we come back, we hear from many of you in your comments online. It's a feedback frenzy. Next.
Get crazy, Canes fans. It's hockey night in Carolina. It's your Canes and the Islanders.
Andrei Svechnikov, a career best, his 31st.
Storm Watch with Adam Gold at 6:30. Puck drop at 7.
Stolen from he scores! And that's 20. William Carrier knows the stats, and the Canes have a 2-0 lead.
On your official audio home of Hurricanes hockey, 99.9 The Fan.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
It's bow time. Sometimes the craving for Bojangles Supremes is so strong you just gotta have them. Even when your gas tank is on empty and Bojangles is still 10 miles down the highway. Nothing beats the flavor of Bojangles' juicy golden Supremes, especially when they're part of a perfect combo with 4 boldly seasoned chicken Supremes, a made-from-scratch biscuit, fixin', and some legendary iced tea. The only thing that can satisfy your hunger is that delicious southern flavor. So when the craving is supreme, put the pedal to the metal. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time. Time to stop whatever you're doing for some of that one-of-a-kind Bojangles flavor. Satisfy your craving for flavor and your passion for boneless chicken with Bojangles 4-piece Supremes Dinner. 4 perfectly seasoned, Cajun-fried, whole breast tenderloin fillets, choice of fixin', a made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit, and Bojangles' legendary iced tea. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel, 99.9 The Fan. I ask you that not only because we put a lot of work into the content, but also I want you to be able to voice your opinions. We have a lot of conversations on this show about your favorite teams, about teams that you like, dislike, triangle teams, national stories, and if you agree or disagree with something we say, I want you to have an avenue in which you can express that. And quite often the YouTube comments are that avenue. And then Dennis goes into our YouTube, finds the best comments, brings them online, brings them on air, I should say, and we talk about them. It's something we call a feedback frenzy.
All right, Tim. The first thing is we had a conversation just a little bit ago about UNC basketball. Coach Michael Malone dealing with the transfer portal and all those kinds of things. This one comes from Terry Sweatman. This one's from Terry Sweatman. Are you saying that Caleb Wilson was paid $4 million for less than 30 games? Why would he go to the NBA?
Okay, first of all, because the money is much bigger in the NBA, because the exposure is much bigger, because the brand building is much bigger. I love college basketball. The money is not the same. And do you know what else is true about college agreements? They are year to year. If you go into the NBA, you get that rookie contract that is I believe, a 4-year deal. And by the end of that, you're already negotiating a oftentimes fully guaranteed extension. So it's, if you're a mid-round pick, meaning mid-first-round pick, and you would make more on a year-to-year basis being like the highest-paid player in a power conference. But guess what else would happen? If you have a career-ending injury, that's all the money you're ever going to get. In the NBA, you get the rest of your contract. And if you're talking like the stupid money, like I don't want to just buy my mom a house money. I want to buy my mom an island money. If you want that money, you have to get to your second and third and fourth contract in the NBA. And to do that, you have to start the clock. So you want to get to the NBA fast. Caleb Wilson is not a normal college player. He is a fast track to like NBA All-Star possibilities. And you want to get there as quick as you can if you want that real big money.
So based on this last draft, the 2025 draft, that included Cooper Flagg going number 1 overall, on the wage scale, the 5th overall pick made approximately $9 million per year. For the 5th overall pick. The 10th overall pick, roughly $6 million per year. So yeah, for a guy that's projected to be a top 10 pick, I'm going to go make more. And like you said, get to the second contract and all that stuff a little bit faster. Yeah, that's the reason why.
And you can be mediocre for a long time and make $4 million. How about this? Kevin Love is making $4 million this year from Utah. Svi Mikhailuk, remember from Kansas? He's making $3.7 million this year in the NBA. Gary Trent Jr., a Duke guy, $3.7 million from, there's a lot of guys in the NBA that make a lot of money that you might not think of it. Andre Drummond's making $5 million this year. Some guys who I'm like, oh, that guy's still playing. Chris Dunn's making $5.5 million this year.
Who?
Chris Dunn. He was a top pick out of Providence, 10 years ago. This is a lot of money being paid, is all I'm saying, to NBA players.
All right. Yesterday we had a conversation regarding the Carolina Panthers and the offensive line as we approach the 2026 NFL Draft. This one comes from Big Dog Droze.
Yeah, Big Dog Droze.
Big Dog says this. The Carolina Panthers, they better draft offensive line. I don't care what round, because if Bryce starts struggling, the O-line will be the first to get blamed.
Yes, but if he's... I love the way he worded that. If Bryce starts struggling, the O-line will be the first to get blamed.
Mm-hmm.
That is not the same as if Bryce starts struggling, the offensive line will be the reason. It's just they're going to be the ones that get blamed. He might start struggling because, there's nobody stretching the field. So there's less options in the passing game that are open. Now, the offensive line is going to get blamed for that, but that's not to say that is the reason why he's struggling. It could be play calling. It could be Bryce Young is just struggling. It could be the run game. There's a bunch of reasons why they could be struggling, but I do agree with you that the offensive line is likely going to get blamed regardless of the actual reason. So I think if I were a GM, I would try to treat the reason rather than just who's going to get blamed.
Okay, this one comes from that same conversation again about the 19th overall pick. This one comes from Ken Quinn. Ken says, it will be a receiver, referring to the 19th pick. It will be a receiver. Has to be. This is a Bryce Young boom or bust year. If he busts, everyone may be out of a job. Drafting for depth is simply not going to happen. Coker is nice but injury prone. and nobody trusts Xavier as a 2 or even a number 3 receiver. The position that helps out Bryce the most this year would be that slot 3 receiver or potential number 2 if Coker goes down again.
I have no problem with it being a receiver if the right receiver is there. Right at 19, and actually the wide receiver class is a bit polarizing. Carnell Tate has not had the unbelievable stats that you'd hope for a guy drafted that high. Jordan Tyson has the hamstring thing, and he's a bit older than you'd like to have. Who's the other big name? And I'm blanking on. Mekhi Lemon. Lemon is a unique receiver. He's kind of, I think the most common comp is Amon-Ra St. Brown. Which is unusual. That's not a stereotypical wide receiver. So if that's not your cup of tea, right, the guy that's going to be, open close to the line, a lot of catches, good after the catch, it could be all 3 of those guys could go in the top 9 picks, or they could all be there into the teens. And depending on how it all breaks down, might decide whether the receiver that you're talking about that can really help Bryce is available or not. Right, just because you think a receiver would open up the offense doesn't mean the receiver that will open up the offense is going to be available at 19. It's got to be a reaction thing. But I like some of the wide receivers, so don't get me wrong. I'm not disagreeing with you, just adding context.
All right, next one here. We had a conversation yesterday about the Carolina Hurricanes going into the playoffs and all that. Question is goaltending. This one comes from Chase Schwinn. Chase Schwinn says,
Schwinn,
I would go with Brandon Bussey. I know his play has gone down a bit, but I just got a better feeling about him.
Just playing a vibe?
Just playing a vibe.
Hey, listen, if you were Rod Brindamore and you wanted to play a vibe, I would give you so much respect to just go, I don't have a reason. I'm playing a hunch on this one. I just can't guarantee that Rod Brindamore's having the same hunch you're having. That's the tough part there. I love a good hunch. And most often in my life, the gut feeling has been right. I haven't always listened to it, but the gut feeling's been right. And there's nothing worse, especially in sports gambling or something, when, everything in your being is telling you to take the underdog, but you just can't wrap your mind around it. And then the underdog wins by 2 touchdowns, and you're like, I knew it. I actually knew it. I had no reason to believe it, but I know it. So I love a good hunch. Matter of fact, if any of you are out there having those gut feelings, send them my way, and I'll try to benefit off it with some gambling. But it's hard to put your hunch on someone else, right? You can't say I'm having a hunch, so Rod should start Bussey, because you'll be okay if it goes wrong. You're like, I played a hunch. He can't be like, some guy had a hunch. Now I look foolish. He's got to play it his way. So if there's arguments, if there's stats to back it up, I'm with it. If it's a hunch, I think you should work really hard and go be an NHL head coach and climb up the ranks and start in development, and then you can play your hunches. Or send them my way, and I'll bet on them. That is the most frustrating thing in the world. When your internal organs knew something and you didn't listen to it. Right? My heart said this, and I went against it. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Again, thank you to everybody that not only we just read your comments, but everybody that interacts and starts the conversations in our YouTube comments. We are greatly appreciative. And tell your friends. Jump in there and get some back and forth starting, and subscribe. 99.9 The Fan on YouTube. We'll take a break, but first, Dennis is pointing at himself. That means he has something he wants to tell you.
That's right, I do. Dennis Cox here, real quick, for Loan Pronto. Folks, those credit card rates, those interest rates on those, they're pretty high right now. Some cases over 29%, and most people are only making the minimum payment, so they're getting nowhere. But here's the way that many homeowners don't realize that using your home equity is actually an easy access to hundreds of thousands in cash. With Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan, you can pay off your credit cards, your existing HELOC, your car loans, or Get that money out for that home improvement project. One client just got $100,000 approved and saved over $1,500 a month. And here's the best part. With Loan Pronto, you can do it all from your phone with zero out-of-pocket, no hard credit pull up front, no appraisal, no long, drawn-out bank process, and no touching your first mortgage. Rates are at near 3-year lows, so act now. Go to loanpronto.com. See how much you can get in about 60 seconds. Loan Pronto, 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call 919-381-1760 or visit loanpronto.com. 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan, gets to the starting five after this.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
You can't put a team built with freshmen as favorites anymore. AJ DeMansa, awesome for the pros, awesome for BYU, not championship contender. Darren Peterson, awesome for the pros, was awesome at times for Kansas, not a championship contender. If I tell you, and I don't know who the players are yet, all of these great freshmen are going to Duke, don't you just assume that's great for the pros and not for college?
Mornings from 6 to 9 on 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Hey, everybody. Paul Weihander from 99.9 The Fan for FanDuel. NBA fans, listen up. You can enter FanDuel's Play-In Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every day of the Play-In tournament. All you have to do is place a live bet using your Play-In Palooza token. Then you'll be automatically entered for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. So don't just watch the NBA Play-In tournament from the sidelines. Visit FanDuel.com/Paul and get in on the action. FanDuel.com/Paul. And don't forget to enter FanDuel's Play-In Palooza for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in North Carolina. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit 1 entry. Profit Boost bonus issued as non-withdrawable Profit Boost token. Prize issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
I'm attorney Brian Ritchie. Getting hurt in a car wreck comes with all kinds of stress and frustration. But when you call me, I'll be on top of all of it. So all you need to worry about is getting better. If you've been injured in a car wreck, I'm on top of it. Contact us at ritchielaw.com.
Broadcasting live from the Eagle Leasing Studio. WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
I'm WRL meteorologist Amy Wilmoth. It's warm out there today. Temperatures are in the upper 80s this afternoon. Mostly clear and mild tonight with lows in the low 60s. And then it's going to feel like summertime Wednesday, partly cloudy with highs in the low 90s.
5 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones at the closing bell up 317 points today to 48,536.
It's 5 o'clock. Time to serve up the biggest sports stories of the day. Here comes your starting five.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Before we jump into the starting five, I do want to just point out that y'all should have listened to us yesterday. We told you to go buy those $9.99 tickets in the fan zone, the 99.9 The fan zone at Durham Bulls Athletic Park for the game today.
Yeah.
It was a gorgeous day.
Yeah, it was.
And perfect day for baseball. And you would have had, if you just listened to us, you would have had a great time out at the ballpark on a fantastic April day for baseball. And you would have had it for $9.99 a ticket. So all I'm saying is, maybe listen to us when we're trying to make sure you have a wonderful activity.
Well, those tickets sold too, by the way.
Yeah. 99.9 The Fan Zone every Tuesday when the Durham Bulls have a home game. You can get those tickets in our section 215 for $9.99. So keep that in mind. And if you did go today and had a great time, good. I'm glad you took advantage of it. Now, it is time for the starting five, brought to you by Ritchie Law Firm, injury lawyers. Ritchie Law is on top of it. Go to ritchielaw.com. That's RICCI law.com. And as always, we start with number 5.
Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Citron guarded by Jackson, drives on Ashland, and then Jackson blocked the ball. It's loose. O'Connell comes away with it, throws it ahead for Mayer, behind the defense for 2.
Excellent work there, Dennis. Found a highlight that had both players from Duke that were drafted in the WNBA last
Well,
night.
that's our guy, Chris Edwards. He covers, he's a play-by-play guy play-by-play voice, I should say, for Duke women's basketball, which you can hear on Buzz Sports Radio.
Ashland Jackson had the block there. She was drafted in the second round, 23rd overall to the Golden State Valkyries.
That's right.
And Mayer, who made the bucket there, first rounder, 14th overall pick, going to Seattle in the WNBA draft, both out of Duke basketball this year. Additional ties to the area: India Navar, Carolina, also from Apex, so local connection, 2 different ways. Second round pick, 28th overall to the Atlanta Dream. And then there's a couple with North Carolina ties going north of the border. Cary native Tioni Key from Kentucky. She played at Kentucky, again from Cary. Second round, 22nd overall to the Toronto Tempo. And then there's Charlize Dunn, who played her college ball at Davidson. Third round pick, 36th overall, also to the Toronto Tempo. Do you know what's fascinating about the WNBA? They are expanding at a rapid pace. They're approving like new franchises. It seems like they're going to add a new one every 6 months till like 2032. Different cities are getting expansion teams. They're already talking about it. So there's going to be a ton of opportunity for college basketball players that are exhausting their eligibility in the next 3 or 4 years, really starting now, to maybe latch on to a WNBA pro career that perhaps wouldn't have been available to them as recently as a couple years ago, because the WNBA, they got the new broadcast deal. There's the CBA that they just agreed to. Players getting paid a little bit more, and the league is just expanding at a rapid pace. Some are concerned about maybe a little overextending themselves, right? And what I mean by that is potentially watering down, I guess, the product a little bit. But I think if you watch college women's basketball, there's been some really good players that haven't really had a home in the WNBA over the last few years. So if that level of player can develop, right, go somewhere this next couple of years, get better, maybe be available in an expansion draft or whatever, there's something good happening there. So, expanding the sport. Azzy Fudd was the number 1 overall pick, by the way, out of UConn, went to Dallas. There you go. That's the WNBA draft update from last night. That's number 5. Let's hit number 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, all together.
I feel great about playing football right now.
You're darn right you do, Dave Canales. But can you wait 10 days so we know at least who the first round pick is?
Right. 9 days now.
It's 9. So 10 is when they could play and we would know who it is. I did some on-air math, and
that's fair.
I can add 1 to 9. That's about as far as my on-air math should be trusted. About as far as it should be trusted without a calculator. We are 9 days, essentially, is what I'm trying to say here. We're 9 days away from the NFL first round, right? And then the rest of the weekend, we'll take over the rest of the draft. And Dan Morgan spoke to the media today. Let's talk about anything being possible here, Dennis. Pull up that clip. Dan Morgan, the GM of the Panthers, hit us with a old school Kevin Garnett quote. Anything is possible at pick 19. This is what it sounded like from Dan Morgan.
I think, if anything, it opens us up to a lot of possibilities at pick 19. I think all positions are on the table, and like I said before, you never know who's going to fall down to us. So I think we're definitely in the best player available mindset. I think what we did in free agency definitely set us up to do that.
All right, 2 things stand out about that. I think it is in his core values. I think if you were to go to his, the binder that he passes out to all of his front office executives at the beginning of every season, in the table of contents, you go to core values. I think one of them is use free agency to make sure you can go BPA in the draft, best player available. Their free agency MO since Dan Morgan has taken over has been get at least some form of veteran that you would be okay starting at every position. And then once you have that, you can go into the draft without being desperate, right? Without having to act out of desperation. So pair that being one of his core philosophies to this year's draft being a little all over the place. I'm a NFL draft nerd. I'm an NFL mock draft nerd. I enjoy that. It's a guilty pleasure of mine. There is very much an all over the place vibe to this year's draft. It's part of the, I don't want to say issue, but part of the reason it's so difficult to predict is I think the best players in the draft are at positions that aren't normally drafted high, right? Jeremiah Love is seen as one of the best players of the draft. That's a running back. Guys like Sonny Styles seen as some of the best players in the draft. Off-ball linebacker. Caleb Downs seen as some of the best players in the draft. Safety, right? It's there's a lot of players that I think if they were just taught in high school to do something slightly different. If Sonny Styles was just told hey, put a hand in the ground and go get the quarterback rather than being as versatile as he is, I think he would be a slam dunk top 3 pick. There's a lot of that going on. If Jeremiah Love maybe taught the same thing or taught to catch, right, a little bit better, run routes a little bit better, who knows? It'd be a different beast. But they're at those non-premium positions, so it's a little bit difficult to predict. And thus, Dan Morgan and the Panthers need to be ready, right? It is a fluid draft might be the way to describe it. So when you start talking about anything being possible at 19, anything is possible at 19. You might get the player who you think is best in the draft at 19, but it'll be a position that everybody ahead of you has said, I can't use a first rounder on that position. You also might get the best player at a premium position who is seen as not nearly as good of a player as the guys taken ahead of him, but it's I don't know, we got the best corner in the draft or something like that, right? It's all a sliding scale, and I think that's why this year is kind of very difficult to predict.
I think we need in those situations, you need to change the term from best player available to best value available.
Yeah,
because that's really what it is. That's really what it is. Edge rusher more valuable than off-ball linebacker. So if this guy clearly is a better player and he's an off-ball linebacker, but I'm taking the edge rusher, then you're not taking best player available. You're going best value available.
It's just really tough to think hey, that safety we project as an all-pro, but we're going to take an edge rusher who we hope to get to the Pro Bowl. You know what I mean? But it's edge rusher is just more important, so you got to do it. It's a really weird way to think about it, but just go look at who's being paid the most and you see what the league values, and that'll show you everything. Edge rushers get paid a lot of money. That was number 4. Let's get to number 3.
The Charlotte Hornets.
The Charlotte Hornets are taking on the Miami Heat in a play-in game tonight.
It's on Buzz Sports Radio, by the way.
It is Buzz Sports Radio. 7:30 opening tip. Do you know what is the hardest thing for me?
What's that?
At this point in hockey season, I just want to say puck drop. And then we get into football season and I start saying kickoff, and basketball's here and I'm talking about kickoff instead of tip-off. I don't know why my brain has a hard time with that. It's it's April. Figure it out. But either way, the Charlotte Hornets have an opening tip at 7:30 tonight, 7:40 tonight, with the Heat in town in a play-in game. You ready for this? The Charlotte Hornets are favored by 5.5. The Charlotte Hornets are favored by 5.5.
Go.
I do think they are going to, and they should, because they have some shooters on the roster. They're going to live and die with the 3. But they've lived way more often than they've died with the three since they've found their rhythm. They have some combos, meaning they're one of the advanced analytics things that you see all the time if you're on NBA Twitter or even college basketball Twitter is like when these three players are on the roster or are on the floor, or when this 5-man unit is out there, here's their offensive rating, defensive rating. The Hornets have some combos that are like tops in the league, right? When these 5 guys are healthy and they're all playing, they are wildly efficient. And, just building off of the Con Knipple deal, because, right, Rookie of the Year is a real option for him, which is crazy. Like, go look at the stats that Cooper Flagg put together this year and then have somebody tell you Con Knipple might win Rookie of the Year over him, and that's pretty darn crazy. Within the last, 48 hours, there's been this clip going around, this viral clip of how Con Knipple scores. And I'm not saying this to say he's as good as, but I am saying this to say he has a similar impact. It's Klay Thompson-like in that he can give you 20 and dribble 3 times. He'll run you off every kind of screen. He'll move without the ball. He'll catch and fire. He squares up so well after making the catch. He can impact a game as far as spacing and everything in a way that darn near no rookies have been able to do. He led the NBA in made threes. So if you are Miami, you're going to chase him around. And guess what? That's going to give LaMelo Ball a lot of opportunity to operate, and he's been pretty darn good. And if you sell out to stop those guys, Brandon Miller, and they got some shooters that can make you pay no matter what you do. A little pick your poison going on. With that being said, you're going to need a big game from the guys down low for the Hornets, right? And I'm not talking about a big scoring day. I'm talking more about bottling up Bam Adebayo, making sure he doesn't impact the game too much, making sure he doesn't have too many rebounds and putbacks and dunks and everything else. So we'll see how it goes. But hey, Charlotte Hornets, they're not in the playoffs, but it's close. It's a simulated playoff. And just to know, the streak that is hopefully going to be broken, the Hornets have never won an elimination game. They've never had their backs against the wall and won that game. They're 0-12 in win-or-go-home situations. Streaks are meant to be broken, though. Go get one, boys. They never had Con Knipple on any of those rosters. Think about that. Never had Brandon Miller on any of those rosters either, because they didn't make the playoffs last year.
It was 21-22 is the last time they played in the play-ins.
Musa Diabate on any of those rosters. I could just keep going because
you had LaMelo Ball.
They're all super young.
I think Miles Bridges was on those teams.
Yeah, he would have been likely around. Never had Sion James on any of those rosters.
Didn't have no Ryan Kalkbrenner.
Didn't have, just listening to anyone under the age of
Kobe White there?
25.
Didn't think so.
Yeah, Kobe White. Wasn't even there at the beginning of this year. A lot of Carolina, meaning North Carolina, connections on that team. That is number 3. How about number 2?
Just the two of us. Triple. We'll kick it out for Vessar. Got it! A three-pointer on the money with 12 seconds to play.
Carolina basketball. Michael Malone, Tar Heels had a wild and crazy day yesterday. I'm going to run through it all quickly here, then we're going to talk about the impact. Neoklis Avdalis committed to Carolina out of the transfer portal, came from Virginia Tech, 6'9" guard. UNC hired Kim English as an assistant coach. Jaren Stevenson, who was on the team last year, recommitted to returning to Carolina this year. Dylan Mingo, their top-rated recruit in the incoming high school class, decommitted. Will no longer be coming to Carolina next year. Or Carolina moved on from him, depending on which reporter you read and listen to. Derek Dixon, who was in the portal out of Carolina, committed to Arizona. Luka Bogovac, who was in the transfer portal, leaving Carolina, committed to Oklahoma State. Utah transfer Terrence Brown was on his UNC official visit yesterday into this morning, all while this was going on, and you can catch some of the updates there on his Instagram, which he was posting updates for as the day went along. Caleb Wilson whose number or jersey will go into the rafters, declared for the NBA draft yesterday and thanked Carolina for the season, the fun that they had. He also threw out the first pitch for the Bananas on Sunday. Savannah Bananas, that is. That is a ton for one day. That is a ton. And I started thinking about it in this reference, right? Michael Malone takes over Carolina. In the NBA, you figure there's, I don't know, of the roster, 7 guys that are usually under contract going into the next year, right? Like, you know, that are in year 2 of a 4-year contract, right? So those players are they're on your roster. You usually have, we'll say on average, 2 players that you're getting out of the draft, right? So there's 9 roster spots. There's probably another veteran or 2 that, you know, you got to negotiate with, but you're pretty sure they're coming back. You're looking at like 11. So a busy offseason for you might be like taking care of like 3 dudes, right? Negotiating with 3 guys. Making a trade is like crazy. That's one thing you're focused on. He had one day at Carolina where he had players leaving, he had players decommitting, he had players arriving, he had a coach arriving, he had players declaring pro, he had this, he had that, he had the other, he had all of that going on. He's got to be sitting there like, is this what it's like? Yeah, that's exactly what it's like. Buckle up. And oh, by the way, even once guys commit, or even guys like the loyalty doesn't go beyond you. As soon as they're on the roster, as soon as they're around, you got to start re-recruiting them for next year if you want them around. But guess what the good is, right? The advantage is you can get a lot better in a short period of time. In the NBA, if you're looking at your roster and you got, 8 dudes under contract for another year at least, and you're not happy with their talent level, some of them have underperformed, you're just like, well, we might 10 teams, pretty much 10 teams in the NBA this year tanked openly. They thought the best thing they could do was kind of just stink and wear it out. In college basketball, if you don't like your roster, it could be different in a week. Right? A week ago, 2 weeks ago, Kyan Evans was on the roster, Luka Bogovac was on the roster. Those guys were making millions. You had a commitment from Dylan Mingo. Probably that commitment was for millions. Well, now, all right, boom, that's like 6, 7, 8 million, something like that. That just became available for you to go spend it on whatever you want to spend it on, to get better in different ways, to go get your dream big or your dream wing scorer. You can go spend it. You can go make it happen. It is, I think, much easier to mess up in college basketball than it is in the NBA. It's also much easier to get way better, way faster in college basketball than in the NBA. So, high risk, high reward. And Kim English is now there to help you out with it. He is deep in the college basketball world. Lean on him. Lean on Sean May if he's around. Lean on those guys because they know the landscape a little bit better. That's number 2. How about number 1?
Go 1! 2 seconds left. 1 second left. And the Carolina Hurricanes, sending this game to overtime, have clinched the top spot in the Eastern Conference.
I assume, Dennis, you're firing this for the reason I think you're firing this.
I'd say absolutely.
Pyotr Kochetkov is back.
Let's go.
Rod Brindamore confirms pregame, this according to Walt Ruff, Canes team reporter, that the 26-year-old goaltender will start tonight for the Canes against the Islanders. You'll recall back in December, he was deemed, quote, probably out for the year. You don't tell Pyotr Kochetkov that he's out for the year. You don't tell Pyotr Kochetkov that anything is impossible. He finds a way. I'm excited now. I was gonna chill and watch tonight's game. Oh no. I'm coming with energy now. I want to see Pyotr. I want to see Pyotr Kochetkov poke Chetkov. I want to see him out in the face-off circle, sprawled out, making something happen.
Over under 1.5 times he loses his stick tonight.
Over. First period
over.
This guy has a season worth of chaos built up.
That's true, he does.
When this guy goes like 2 starts without getting in there, the third one is like, well, this is going to be crazy. He's been out since 2026. He hasn't played this calendar year. It's going to be chaos. And he's going to have like rookies and stuff in front of him making their debuts. Who knows what's going to happen?
Mm-hmm. By the way, he won't be on a minutes restriction, but they are going to monitor him throughout the game, Rob Brittamore said, according to Walt Ruff.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure, he better be giving head nods to the bench every time he's in a interesting situation.
His first start in Chicago, he played 20 minutes, played the first period. His second start played 40 minutes. They brought him back up. No minutes restriction tonight. Should be able to hopefully play a full game. My guess is Freddie backs him up since Busty played last night. Yeah,
and there's I don't think anything wrong with either of those guys backing him up. You never know what's going to happen in the postseason. And just the extra comfort that comes with having another goalie with experience who's played in the postseason, who's been in really big games, who's played well in really big games at times, is a luxury that not many teams have. So, Pyotr Kochetkov back in net. Pretty darn cool. Maybe that will play into your answer to this, Dennis, because this would be one of the
goal scorer, Pyotr Kochetkov.
Hey.
Wow, let's get weird.
Don't hold it against him. And not in like a flipping it over everybody move either. No, he's gonna take it out. He's gonna be like it's more of a lacrosse goalie thing where the goalies go like kamikaze and they're just like running down with the big net. He's gonna be stick handling up the boards.
Go past center ice, but he'll score from there.
Yeah, I'm just not from his own crease. Here's the deal. I need an if-then statement.
Oh, okay.
If-then statement would be if blank happens, then the Canes, for just kicks and giggles, decide to win Game 82 and send themselves into the postseason with all the momentum. If blank happens. I don't even know where to go with this. By the way, Felix Unger-Sorum's expected to make his NHL debut, a prospect that's been in the Kane system for a couple years now. Ronan Seeley's expected to make his NHL debut. You're probably going to get the Skylar Brindamore, the Bradley Nadeaus, the perhaps a Nick Delorier. You're going to get some combo of a lot of guys that will likely not be playing a ton of minutes in the postseason. And Pyotr Kochetkov in net. So there's just chaos to ensue. Potentially, right? These guys are going to be trying to make statements and things about where they are as prospects, where they are as members of the franchise. But with all of that being on the table, Dennis, if blank happens, the Canes win the game.
I'll go with I'm going to say yesterday, if the penalty kill was perfect yesterday, they would have won, and that would have been true. So I'll stick with that one. If the penalty kill is perfect tonight, the Canes win tonight.
All right, penalty kill 100%.
Because that means Kochetkov.
I was going to say, if it's good Kochetkov, you could win this easily. And also, the Islanders aren't playing for anything as well, correct? They're
eliminated.
Yeah, they're dunzo.
They're just skating it through.
So this could be a low octane game, except for the fact that there's a bunch of prospects out there trying to make a name for themselves. Which, by the way, is another reason why you likely don't play your big dogs in this one. I talk about this in football all the time, right? Part of the reason why I think you don't play your studs in the NFL in preseason is if the other team is not playing their studs in preseason, because then you have guys that are trying to make the roster. You have guys that are trying to make a name for themselves flying around. And, if you're not going to make the roster anyway, why not take a chance, dive for the sack at the whistle, because a sack might get you another week on the roster. And, if it's a late hit, who cares? You were going to be cut anyway. I don't want my quarterback out there when that is the mentality of the defense. So with a ton of prospects out there, sometimes you want to protect your guys just because, they're out there trying to make a roster. They're out there trying to do something memorable. And your guys are out there maybe just trying to stay healthy. So I wouldn't expect to see a ton of the dudes for the Canes.
Honestly, the lineup tonight is basically a preseason lineup.
And potentially,
when you really think about it.
And potentially Sean Walker and Nikolai Ehlers if they want to play in all 82 games.
Yeah.
And Pyotr Kochetkov. I'm now in. I'm super excited now. I've been a PK guy for a while, and he's been missing. I hope he's somewhere listening to like Metallica right now, just getting rowdy. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We will grab numbers game contestants, but first, Dennis Cox has something he'd like to tell you.
That I do. Dennis Cox here real quick. My friends over at Law Tigers. Something I want to emphasize again for all my fellow motorcycle riders out there. Make sure you wear the proper gear. Please do so. Seen too many people out there riding around in like shorts and T-shirts, and obviously you legally have to wear a helmet, but just be smart. Wear gloves, wear the proper riding boots, wear the proper riding gear. I know things get hot when you're out there on the road. Trust me, I'm a motorcycle rider myself. They make plenty of gear and clothing for you to wear when it's hot outside. So when it gets warmer, the stuff that's very breathable, but you're still protected when you're out there on the road in case you are in an accident. And if you are injured in a motorcycle accident, make sure you contact Law Tigers at 1-800-LAW-TIGERS before you contact your insurance company. Case evaluations with Law Tigers, they're always free, and you don't pay a dime until your case settles. Whereas, let's be honest, insurance companies, they want to give you the least amount possible. Law Tigers, they are there to fight for you. They are built by riders for riders. 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Law Tigers is a network of independent law firms who are members of the American Association of Motorcycle Injury Lawyers. Law Tigers is not a law firm.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan needs numbers game contestants. Call in now, 919-860-5326 for your chance to compete in the numbers game and win a pair of tickets to see Billy Idol at Coastal Credit Union Music Park on August 23rd if you win. Billy Idol tickets, go to the winner. We need 2 contestants. Call in now. 919-860-5326. Numbers game next.
Get crazy, Canes fans. It's hockey night in Carolina. It's your Canes and the Islanders.
Andrei Svechnikov, a career best, his 31st.
Storm Watch with Adam Gold at 6:30. Puck drop at 7.
Stolen, but he scores! And that's 20. William Carrier knows the stats, and the Canes have a 2-0 lead.
On your official audio home of Hurricanes hockey, 99.9 The Fan.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Warmer weather is here, which means truck time. Take advantage of Declaration of Deals right now at John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lillington and get geared up for a great summer. Drive home a brand new 2026 Ram 1500 for 20% off. Plus get 2.9% financing for 72 months. America's best-selling truck comes with a terrific powertrain limited warranty. 10 years or 100,000 miles. Excludes RHO and tungsten. See dealer for details. So get off your keister and get to John Heister Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Lillington today.
It's bow time. There's something special about the first bite of a Bojangles Cajun filet biscuit. Like an edible alarm clock that slaps you awake with bold Cajun flavor. The moment you sink your teeth into that soft, fluffy, made-from-scratch biscuit, then strike gold with a juicy piece of fried chicken, you'll know. Nothing beats the first bite. Except the second first bite. Get a Cajun filet biscuit combo today at Bojangles. It's bow time.
It's bow time. Time to satisfy your craving for Cajun with a Bojangles Cajun filet biscuit. Enjoy a Cajun fried filet tucked inside a hot made-from-scratch buttermilk biscuit. Make it a combo and add your choice of fixin' and legendary sweet tea. And remember, Bojangles Cajun filet biscuits are served all day, every day. Bojangles Cajun filet biscuit. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. It is time to play the numbers game. Our contestants for today, Edward and Wendell and Frank and Clayton. And they will be battling it out in numbers game trivia to see who wins tickets to see Billy Idol at Coastal Credit Union Music Park. As always, we'll bring each of them onto the show. We'll ask them the same question. Dennis will be the judge, and he will pick his favorite answer, and that person will get to go first, and we will go from there. Let's start with Edward and Wendell. Edward, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this could be an interesting question for Edward. So we're dealing a lot with the transfer portal right now and all of this NIL money. The question was going to be, think back to when you were in college. If somebody gave you $2 million, what would be your first expenditure? But for Edward, yeah, maybe this is future planning, I guess. Ed, go ahead and let us know. You're, say, 20 years old. Somebody gives you a check for $2 million. What's the first thing you're going to go spend it on?
A boat.
All right. Dennis, any follow-ups?
What kind of boat we talking here?
Probably I'll take a Yamaha Sea Hunt, 150 horsepower.
All right, specific.
Okay, I like this.
I got the picture in front of me, and I've been saving up already. All right.
It's been on the wall. All right.
Edward and Wendell, you are locked in with a Yamaha boat with more details. Let's go to Frank and Clayton. Frank, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, cool. We're talking a lot about transfer portal and NIL money and rev share. So imagine you're 20, 21 years old. You hit the portal. Someone gives you a check for $2 million. What's the first thing you're spending it on?
Oh, I would take care of my parents. I would probably try to get them an upgrade on a home or retirement home.
All right, parents' home. Dennis, you now have the difficult choice of going splurge on the Yamaha boat,
right?
Take your friends out there for a good time, or make sure the parents are taken care of with a home or a retirement home of some kind.
This is actually difficult because I'm like, yeah, actually, like,
it's
what
very
I
different.
know now as someone who's about to turn 40 years old, yes, investing in real estate and property, all that stuff makes sense. But I'm like, 20-year-old Dennis been like, that boat sounds pretty freaking sweet. Especially, you know what? I'm going to go with Edward on this one for the simple fact that I asked, what kind of boat? And he goes, I got you.
Yeah. Yamaha model number.
Yeah, 150 horsepower. This one. I'm like, all right.
All right. Edward
knows exactly what he wants.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go Edward.
If Frank would have said, like, property off of Main Street down on like, past the gas station, then all right, maybe that detail would have worked. But Edward had the details. So Edward goes first. Frank, don't worry, you'll have your chance. Just have to sit on hold for a second. Edward, you ready to pick a category?
Yeah.
All right. The categories are NFL, Carolina Panthers only. NBA players, play-in round ballers, Formula One drivers, or Hurricanes throughout history, NHL.
I'll go Hurricanes.
All right. The way this works, I'll give you the team and the player. Give me the jersey number as quickly as you can. There'll be 30 seconds on the clock, one pass if you need it. I will say the team in this category, even though we know it, just to keep it fair timing-wise with the other categories. Do you have any questions before we get started?
Nope.
All right. Your time will start when you hear the horn. Bradley Nadeau, Carolina Hurricanes.
52.
Incorrect. Charles Alexis Legault, Carolina Hurricanes.
Skip.
Sandis Ojelynch, Carolina Hurricanes.
95.
Incorrect. Bradley Nadeau, Carolina Hurricanes.
31.
Incorrect. Charles Alexis Legault, Carolina Hurricanes.
42.
Incorrect. Sandis Ojelynch, Carolina Hurricanes.
90.
Incorrect. Bradley Nadeau, Carolina Hurricanes.
75.
Incorrect. Charles Alexis Legault, Carolina Hurricanes.
62.
You got one under the wire.
Dang.
I don't say this as an insult. It's just entertaining. The panic in your voice with every answer got more and more like, oh no, I'm running out of time. I respect it. Nadeau, 29. You got Alexis Legault with 62. Ojelynch, we were looking for 8 are the numbers we were looking for those of you playing at home. So you got one. That is the number to beat. Stay on hold. We'll see if it holds up. That brings us to Frank and Clayton. Frank, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Perfect. The remaining categories are NFL, Carolina Panthers only, NBA, play-in round ballers, or Formula One drivers.
Oh, I got to go with the Panthers. I have no idea on the others. So,
okay.
And I'm not a big Panthers guy either. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Well, you just need 2 for the win. So I will give you the team and the player. Give me the jersey number as quickly as you can. 30 seconds on the clock. One pass if you need it. I will say the team in this category, even though we know it, just to keep it fair timing-wise with the other categories, Any questions before we get started?
Nope, we're all good.
All right, your time will start when you hear the horn. Jalen Coker, Carolina Panthers.
40.
Incorrect. Mike Minter, Carolina Panthers.
30.
Correct. Olindo Mare, Carolina Panthers.
Pass.
Keyshawn Johnson, Carolina Panthers.
80.
Incorrect. Jalen Coker, Carolina Panthers.
41.
Incorrect. Olindo Mare, Carolina Panthers.
25.
Incorrect. Keyshawn Johnson, Carolina Panthers.
81.
Incorrect. Jalen Coker, Carolina Panthers.
2.
Incorrect. You got one. Unfortunately for you, tie goes to whoever goes first. So you are not the winner, but hopefully you had some fun.
Oh, absolutely. No worries.
All right. Jalen,
you can always play tomorrow.
You can always play tomorrow. If you lose, you can call right back in, try again. Billy Idol tickets again tomorrow on the line. If you're playing at home, Jalen Coker, 18. He got Minter with 30. One of the greatest Chris Berman nicknames. Mike After Dinner Minter. Olindo Mare, 10. And Keyshawn Johnson, 19. I thought he had a chance on Keyshawn, but he was stuck in the 80s. But that means Edward and Wendell is the winner. Edward and Wendell is the winner. Congratulations, Edward.
Yeah, I'm going on the Neuse River tomorrow with my new boat.
There you go. Just to be clear, you didn't win a boat. You won because you answered boat, though, so there are boats in there somewhere.
Let's go, Edward. Let's go.
You are going if you want to, though. You got a pair of tickets coming your way to see Billy Idol. Congrats.
Okay. Yes.
Stay on the line, and Dennis will grab the info he needs to make sure you get your prize. How about that?
He's got his new Yamaha boat ready to go.
He said, I'm going out on the Neuse. Yeah, you know what?
Protect this young man at all costs.
Sometimes you just want a boat. You get, hey, I got some cash. What am I going to do with it? I'm getting a boat. There's a Daniel Tosh stand-up. I think it might be about jet skis.
A wave runner?
Where he's like, people say money doesn't buy happiness, but I've never seen someone frowning on a jet ski. It's kind of similar with a boat, right? You're out there, you're letting it rip. Probably got a smile on your face. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. And by the way, like getting a windfall when you're in college and buying your parents a house, that's pretty darn cool as well. So Frank's answer was a very, very solid one, just in a kind of different category as well. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Before we move on, speaking of potentially buying your parents a house or maybe buying yourself a house, Tim Donnelly here for Miller Lending. Miller Lending wants you to be able to buy a house and afford it. How about that? So regardless of what the markets are doing, right, whether rates are too high, rates are too low, what you should think about doing is calling up Miller Lending and getting a no closing cost loan. That way, if rates are low and they keep getting lower, you refinance, no closing costs, no hidden fees, no hidden surcharges, just get the lower monthly payment. On the flip side, if rates go up, you've locked it in, right? You already have your rate. The no closing cost loan truly gives you the flexibility to not only live kind of regret-free, but take advantage of an ever-changing market as well. So if you're buying your parents a house or you're buying yourself a house, any reason you need a mortgage, give Miller Lending a call. 919-447-3377. That's 919-447-3377. Or you can visit them online at millerlending.com. Once again, that is millerlending.com. Miller Lending is an equal housing lender, and MLS number 250-2146. We'll take a break. When we come back, more audio from Dan Morgan earlier today talking about the Panthers draft plans. Stick around.
One goal.
Taylor Hall. Bringing it back. Nikishin. Healers. Scores! On the power play.
Gentili in front. Shot. Oh, what a save by Bussy. Absolutely robbing Kirill Marchenko.
Be the last team standing.
Sebastian Aho in. Short hit back in. Scores! Oh, talk to me, shorty. Carolina.
The Stanley Cup playoffs begin April 18th on 99.9 The Fan. The Triangle Sports Leader.
Hi friends, this is Mark Pons with Chapel Hill Tire. Spring break is here. Whether you're heading to the beach, the mountains, or just getting out of town for a few days, make sure your car is ready for the trip. At Chapel Hill Tire, our team of ASE certified technicians can help with brakes, oil changes, and the routine maintenance that keeps your drive smooth and stress-free. With 13 locations across Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill, Carrboro, Apex, and Cary, there's always a Chapel Hill Tire close by. Schedule your appointment today at chapelhilltire.com and drive happy.
Golf season is here. Time to score big savings on pre-owned, tailor-made QI35 and Titleist GT medals. Plus, upgrade your bag for less. Bring in your current clubs and take advantage of our trade-in program towards your next purchase. And all month long, every fitting is absolutely free. Just call to schedule your appointment. Visit the Global Golf Outlet Store at 7320 ACC Boulevard in North Raleigh. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6. Global Golf, home of the best deals in golf.
For 20 years, the North Carolina Education Lottery has been creating winning moments where dreams become a reality and where hundreds of winners are made every day. Moments that add up to billions of dollars in wins. And we're nowhere near finished. Seize your winning moment with the new 20th anniversary scratch-off and digital instance game. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning on the scratch-off are 1 in 3.45. Approximate overall odds of winning a prize in the digital instance game are 1 in 3.75. Problem Gambling Helpline 877-718-5543.
This hour of the drive is brought to you by Law Tigers. Injured in a motorcycle accident? Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS before you contact your insurance company. Case evaluations are always free, and you don't pay a dime until your case settles. Law Tigers, North Carolina's motorcycle lawyers.
The drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We are 9 days from the NFL draft. 9 days from the first round of the NFL draft. Just to clarify. The Carolina Panthers have the 19th overall pick in the draft. And I would say they still have a decent amount of needs on the roster, right? So they can go in a bunch of different directions. They obviously have to play the board, see how it falls. But the possibilities are endless. And in response to that, Dan Morgan, the GM of the Carolina Panthers, spoke to the media today. And you know, keep in mind, as I said earlier, April, really the entire month of April, most of the month of March, it's smokescreen season, right? Every bit of information that you hear from any team or every leak, you should the very first thing you should do is consider the source and wonder why they would want that information out there. You know, you read something like, oh, the Cowboys are seen as potentially trading up, and you're just like, okay, who would have said that to the insider and who would it benefit, right? Who were they trying to scare into doing something? Who were they trying to make jump over them in a trade, right? You got to consider all of that. With that being said, Dan Morgan spoke to the media. Dennis, I know you chopped up the audio into different sections here, so why don't you go ahead and set up the ones that you find are most interesting. I watched the full rundown here, but I want to see which ones you draw up for us.
So a lot of people have predicted, or maybe even projected that a guy like Hakeem Mesidor, the defensive end from the Miami Hurricanes, could potentially be a first-round pick, possibly slotting in right there at number 19. The one concern with Mesidor is that he's older. He's 25 years old. And also you have some guys like you mentioned, what's his name? Jordan Tyson has dealt with some hamstring injuries, also a little bit of an older player. Well, does that deter a guy like Dan Morgan? He answered that earlier today.
Yeah, I think you definitely have to weigh it. I think it's definitely part of the evaluation process. But I also don't think it's everything, and it doesn't, take a guy out of the running because maybe he's 25, 26 years old. So, it's definitely something that we, weigh in, but it's not everything.
For reference, Hakeem Mesidor is in Bryce Young's recruiting class.
Yeah.
It's like he played 2 years at West Virginia, then had a full 4-year career at Miami.
Yeah.
So he's older. And Dan Morgan is right. If you aren't, getting to a second contract in the NFL isn't as common as you think with the team that drafted you. Obviously, stars, you want to get to 3 and 4 contracts, which is usually why you're chasing the younger guys, right? Because you want that to be a possibility. If you don't look around and see guys that you expect to be there, at that point, you don't expect to be signing to second-year contracts, then, yeah, you take the older guy and, you deal with that when you deal with that, but you get the full rookie contract out of it at least. Messidor, I'm torn on him, right? Because I know he's really productive, but also he's playing with a pretty good defensive line there in Miami. Ruben Bain kind of being the guy that I think most teams would have circled on the scouting report. So you're 25 years old, you're a super duper senior, and you're getting secondary college offensive attention. Like, you should be really productive there, you know what I mean? So I'm a bit torn on a player like that, but as long as you're aware of what you're doing, I don't necessarily hate taking the older guys at certain positions. Other positions historically will tell you the older they are, the less likely they are to hit and become, Pro Bowlers and really good players.
All right, next one I think is actually a pretty interesting one. Remember back about a month or so ago when Brant Tillis, the executive VP of football operations, who's the right-hand man for Dan Morgan, discussed about how he views building rosters, basically roster construction in 3 phases: builder to contender, then to, I think, with sustain. Sustain. He felt, Brant Tillis said, that they're kind of transitioning from builder into contender phase. And Dan Morgan was asked about that, where he sees the roster and all that right now. Again, going from builder to contender.
I would say we're in the phase to where we're continuing to add good players and competing. I think we have a locker room full of competitive guys that are hungry to win. We're hungry to win upstairs, downstairs, around the building. So, yeah, I'm definitely not going to box us into we're building this thing. Yeah, we're always going to be building this thing, but make no mistake, like we're in the mindset of going out there competing to not just compete but to win championships.
Sounds like builder to contender. Sounds like that phase.
One thing I know about general managers is they don't want to put a label on it. They want it to be as vague as possible, because the moment you start putting labels on it, it makes it possible that you don't reach, right? Like, hey, we're in the contending portion. Well, now if you're eliminated from playoff contention with 2 games left, it's like, you said we were contending. So instead, like, we're just adding players. We're trying to get better. We're interested in winning. We're thirsty. We're hungry to win. No matter what happens, you're like, well, we're thirsty for it. I didn't say we were going to. Like, it's, you don't want to put labels on it, right? It's like the late teens, early 20s guy who's afraid of commitment. It's like, whoa, girlfriend, we're hanging out, right? Occasionally we enjoy each other's company, right? He's going like, whoa, we're not contenders. We like winning. We're trying to add good players here. We're not contenders. Whoa. Not ready to do that yet. Just throwing the brakes on it. And by the way, most GMs are that way. They that's why they fall on all those cliches of like, we're just trying to get 1% better every day. We're trying to go 1-0 every day. We're trying to win the off season, because none of that can come back to bite them. Where it's like, you said, because what did we do with Will Wade, right, with NC State? You said top 4 and you finished 7th, and like that's how you set yourself up. So. Yeah, the vagueness is not surprising.
All right, next one here. Dave Canales, the head coach of the Carolina Panthers, I think it was roughly around the combine, somewhere around that time, talking about the 19th overall pick in that first-round pick, said, well, we're not drafting for depth. Right, Dan Morgan, not drafting for depth.
I think, I understand what Coach is saying in terms of, obviously, you want your first-round pick to be able to come in and contribute immediately. So yeah, I'm kind of with him on that. You want your first round pick to play, but there's different scenarios to where maybe it takes a guy a little longer to develop, and he may not contribute right away. But with some of the picks at different positions, it may take a little longer for those guys to develop for sure.
And enter the difference between head coach and GM. Right, GM's like, well, we got to think about the future. We got to put together a roster. Head coach is like, if I don't win games this year, I'm gonna be on a hot seat. So I need somebody that can come in and contribute right now. There's the difference. And by the way, that's why I think it's really tough to be a head coach / GM in the NFL, right? Because A head coach needs to win now. A GM needs to plan for the next 10 years. And those don't always align, right? Hey, we're going to take a backup defensive tackle for this year, but somebody who we think can develop into something special down the line. And he has the traits. Meanwhile, the head coach is going like, I need somebody that can catch a pass on third down week 2. Like, get me somebody who's here and ready to play. And then they, hopefully have the type of relationship where they can debate it and come away with close to a consensus and roll from there. But yeah, I don't think there's a head coach in the entire league, unless they've won like the last 2 championships and are just confident in their dudes beyond belief, that's not going like, yeah, our first round pick should be able to help us right now. And there's GMs that might say, well, I got to do what's best for the long term. So that's like a tale as old as time, that disagreement happening, unless you're, Belichick with the Patriots, in which case you wear both hats and you figure it out from there.
All right, final one we can run here because I'm running up against it. The Carolina Panthers haven't picked in the back half of the first round, or at least scheduled in the back half of the first round in quite a while. I understand that a couple years ago they moved from pick 33 to 32 to draft Xavier Legette, but this is a little bit of uncharted territory. Yep. So how is picking 19th different than picking at number 8?
I think it's a little different picking, on the back half of the first round. But it's really no different in terms of the process. I mean, we're going to be ready for any and all scenarios that present themselves. You don't know what guy's going to fall. A lot of things can happen unexpected. So we just got to be ready for any and all scenarios, and that's what we've been doing in the draft room every single day, is just planning for that and getting ready.
So I agree with him. Much more chaos down the stretch in the back half of the first round. And I've talked to somebody with front office experience, this was years ago, about this exact thing, because maybe I was being young and naive at the time. I was like, why don't you just, like, if you're picking 19th, why don't you just have a list in order of 19 names? Like seriously, why don't just a list of players, 19 names in order, and you're guaranteed to know what to do with your pick, right? You're guaranteed. If number 7 is there and 1 through 6 are gone, boom, you're taking number 7. And if 1 through 16 are gone, 1 through, whatever, like all your top 18 are gone, well, that's why you had a list of 19. Boom, take them. And the response was basically, well, you do have that list. And I was like, okay, then we're good here. And they went, no. What you also have is a list of who you think everybody else in the NFL is really hot on. And, this guy's falling. We don't have him at 19, but we know that everybody else has him at 14. So now you got to play the calls and, they're falling and everything else. Like it's not just the picks ahead of you have to worry about. It might even be, hey, you tried to trade up to 7 and they said, hey, if player A or player B is there, we're going to draft them. But if they're both gone, we'll give you 7. Okay, deal. And then at 19, player B is there because they took A and player B is there at 19. And you're like, they almost took him at 7. Let's get him on the phone, right? It's 14. It's 15. He's still there. It's 16. Okay, now we gotta go and handle that. So it's not even just you that you have to worry about. You have to be prepared for all of the chaos that could happen everywhere else, right? Or, hey, they don't need a quarterback. What if Simpson is super highly thought of and he's there? You got to be prepared to adjust on all of that. And then you have to know how much you value everyone on your side, right? Okay, if this player is there, would we take a first and a future third for that guy? Oh, but this other guy's there. It's all different. So the chaos is aggressive, is how I'll say it. And from my observation, I think that's why Brant Tillis is there. I think there's a lot of, Brad Pitt's character in Moneyball looking at Jonah Hill, Dan Morgan looking at Brant Tillis going, should we take that? Because he's the analytics guy. Coming up next here on Overdrive on 99.9 The Fan, we are starting off talking about the Carolina Hurricanes. They finish up their regular season tonight here on 99.9 The Fan. Also, Charlotte Hornets over there on Buzz. We'll see you tomorrow, everybody.
Get crazy Canes fans. It's hockey night in Carolina. It's your Canes and the Islanders.
Andrei Svechnikov, a career best, his 31st.
Storm Watch with Adam Gold at 6:30. Puck drop at 7.
Stolen, but he scores! And that's 20. William Carrier knows the stats, and the Canes have a 2-0 lead.
On your official audio home of Hurricanes hockey, 99.9 The Fan.
McDonald's is putting value back on the menu. Whether you're craving a Big Mac, McNuggets, or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles, make it